basketball contest between the Milligan University Buffs and your Bryan College Lady Lions. As a member of the NAI and Appalachian Athletic Conference, we're committed to the true spirit of competition, embracing 5 core values of respect, integrity, responsibility, servant leadership, and sportsmanship. We ask that each of you abide by these values to help create a positive and competitive environment. At this time, will you please rise for a word of prayer, followed by the playing of our national anthem. Father, we are grateful for this beautiful day that you have made for us. We love you, and we know that all good gifts come from you. We thank you for safety as the teams travel. We thank you so much for sending your son Jesus to die on the cross for our sins. We love you more than anything. It's in your name I pray. Amen. And now for your starting lineups. First for the Milligan Buffs. Number 3, McKenna Myers. Number 11, Samaj Clark. Number 12, Kinsey Campbell. Number 30, Mackenzie Brimmer. And number 44, Lena Lyon. The Buffs are coached by Kylie Russell Greer and assisted by Jeff Bourne and Landon Stevens. And now for your Lady Lions. At guard, a junior from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, number 5, Autumn Davis. At center, a freshman from Bon Aqua, Tennessee, number 7, Ruby Cox. At forward, a freshman from Lynchburg, Tennessee, number 20, Ellie Graham. At guard, a freshman from Fayetteville, Tennessee, number 24, Molly Brown. And at forward, a grad student from Smithville, Tennessee, number 32, Katie Farrell. The Lions are coached by Matt Ballant and assisted by Reagan Ballant.
Welcome into the broadcast and Lions Live. And what a matchup we have for you here today in Summers Gymnasium between the visiting Milligan Buffs and the hometown Bryan College Lady Lions. Top of the Appalachian Athletic Conference matchup, number 1 and number 2, both undefeated. The Lady Buffs coming in 10-6 overall, 9-0 in conference play. The Lady Lions 11-4 overall, 8-0 in conference play. As the tip between Ruby Cox and Mackenzie Bremer gets us underway, Lady Buffs come away with the basketball. And this is the matchup of the year so far in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. It will be interesting to see the start for both teams. The Lady Lions seem to be deeper than the Buffs, but the Buffs with the leading scorer in the conference, Samaj Clark, who is averaging just over 17 a game, as Mackenzie Myers takes it to the rack and is rejected by Ellie Graham out of play with 2 on the shot clock. Ball out to Clark. Clark with a long jumper knocks it down as advertised. Samaj Clark's going to be the most dangerous Buff on the court today. We'll see what Coach Matt Ballon has drawn up to keep her off the scoreboard as the ball looking inside for Ruby Cox from Graham is deflected back out to Cox, who kicks it out to the top of the key to Autumn Davis. Molly Brown with the basketball. Drives off her right, tough jumper. Just short. Rebound Clark, who also leads the Buffs in rebounding at 9 rebounds a game. So almost averaging a double-double is Samaj Clark. Joining me on today's broadcast, at least for a little bit, as that 3 rims out from Myers, is going to be Josh Muncie. We hadn't been together a lot since soccer season, so good to have Josh back on the call. Josh, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Jordan. How about you?
Man, doing great. Tough matchup today for both teams, so going to be interesting to see who can kind of get the better start as the Buffs lead this one early 2-0. Molly Brown with a good take, reverse up and under, right hand. Great finish, Molly Brown. The only line that averages double digits, and we spoke, Josh, at length consistently as we see great defense by Graham and Brown for a jump ball. The lines don't stuff the stat sheet consistently because there's so much depth. 13 players average double-digit minutes, which is pretty insane. And most teams have 7 or 8 that average that. Coach Ballant's got up to 13. So on the stat side, you don't have as many crazy individual performers, but the Lady Lions coming in as the top team in the league. Downtown Molly Brown with 3. What do you think are the keys, Josh, today to this matchup?
Well, I think it's which team can play at their tempo. I think that the Lady Lions are going to try to speed them up, as you see here. Now there's, I think one of the differences in the game right there, as you see McKenna Myers, which is, the two is McKenna and Samaj. I recruited both of them when I was still on the women's side at different places, so I know how good both of them are. And that's kind of Milligan's 1-2 punch right there. And then outside of that, but like you talked about with the Lions, it's the strength of numbers. So we'll see how this plays out. Should be a very good game, too. Really good teams going back and forth.
Yeah, across the board, when you look, team stats, pretty equal. Both teams shoot the 3 ball right at 32%. Both teams pretty similar at 71% from the free throw line for Milligan, 68% from Bryan. So pretty close across the board. It really is, you mentioned the tempo. Lady Lions like to run. A lot of pressure, full court most of the time. I think that's because of the depth that Coach Ballant has and a lot of mouths to feed. That ball's going to go inside to Clark. Ruby Cox does a good job to defend. Ball kicks back out to Milligan through Kenzie Campbell. Campbell loses the handle but is able to retain it. Kicks to Myers. Myers to Clark. Brown working on her defensively. Good defense there. Inside to Kruger. Kruger unable to get that ball. Bounces around. Ricochets out to Ellie Graham. Almost some second chance points there for the Buffs.
Yeah, good bounce there for the Lions. It's going to be an interesting game as you see Autumn go downhill. Going to miss the layup. Samaj with the rebound. As the Buffs look to push, is just which team, neither one of these teams have been beaten yet in conference. Somebody's going to, unfortunately, lose this game. It's about which team can just keep the winning going that they've been on this year.
Deep 3 ball from Clark, unable to drop it. Good job, Ruby Cox with the rebound inside of a trio of Buffs. Runs the floor, kicks out to Molly Brown. And back to Graham. Farrell on the inside, turns, goes up with a left. Good finish. It'd be nice to get Katie Farrell going on the low post.
Yeah, I think this is a game that Katie can have a big game in. Just looking down the Milligan roster, nobody, they got a 6'2" player who's a sophomore, but no, not as much height possibly as that is going to be ruled a travel. I don't think Coach Matt Ballant agrees with that call.
Yeah, he's kind of getting an explanation from the officiating crew. We're going to see our first line change of the day. Olivia Hall, Ashlyn Crittenden. Good to see her back after a bout with some sickness. Alyssa Petty, Leah Stinnett, and Kaylin Walls checking in for the line. So a fresh 5, and we look to see the tempo stay high.
Immediately draw a turnover. I thought that might have been a foul, but
I agree. As Petty, we mention all the time how physical she is, and she definitely presses the tempo on both sides of the floor. Just been impressed with her athleticism, especially as a freshman. She looks to have one of the best futures of anybody on the team for the Lions.
Oh, yeah, between her and Molly Brown, they were high school teammates too, so it'll be fun to see how that develops. As the score is now tied 7-7, Milligan knocks down the 3. I didn't see who it was, Jordan.
I believe it was going to have to look. I think it may have been 13, Caroline Kruger. Olivia Hall looking inside for Walls. Walls with an up and under, unable to get it to fall. Rebound to Clark in the buff. 7-7, back and forth here early in Summers Gymnasium. It's been a first 3 or 4 minutes of the matchup we thought it would be. Ball bouncing around. Somehow Clark's the one on the end of it. Kicks out to McKenna Myers, who knocks down a 3-ball. 10-7 advantage to the Buffs. And you said it, McKenna Myers and Samaj Clark, the 2 Buffs we've got to look out for. And it looked like there was no way that wasn't going to be line basketball as Crittenden takes with her left, unable to finish. But Clark comes up with it and kicks it to her counterpart, McKenna Myers, who knocks down the 3-ball. 4:18 remaining here in the first quarter. Early deficit, 10-7 here for the Lady Lions. Good defense from Petty. Going inside to Clark. Clark high off the glass, unable to finish, but is going to draw the foul. Coach Matt Ballant out onto the edge of the court to give some
fouls called so far in this game.
Yeah, it's been wide open so far. They're definitely letting them play. That's going to be our first media timeout of the ball game. 4:08 remaining here in the first quarter. Buffs lead 10-7. Welcome back in as we get back into the action. We're going to see Samaj Clark trot to the free throw line here for our first 3 free throws of the ball game. Josh, you just mentioned only 2 fouls called so far. It's been a open ball game. Clark's going to step up and knock down the first. She is a 74% free throw shooter on the year, which usually you see somebody that's is second in the league in scoring at 17 points a game, usually pretty good from the charity stripe. So maybe I gave her that
good
commentator's
curse right there.
curse
Good
there.
curse
Yep,
right there,
absolutely. I'm going to chalk that up to me on the stat sheet there. Crittenden gets us back underway. Little crossover, kicks out to Olivia Hall. Good defense from Lyon as Hall got by her, unable to knock it down. Buffs look to run the floor, and Alyssa Petty flies by Naomi Atchley as she's the pump fake through Petty all the way to the cheerleaders. 13-7. Good run here for the Buffs. Then it out to Crittenden. Crittenden drives into the middle of the lane. Tough shot, unable to finish that one as well. And the Buffs having a little bit better of the last couple minutes of action. We're going to see Line try to drive, and that is the correct call. Double dribble there on her as she entered the paint. Coach Matt Blount is going to be forced here to another line change. It's going to be 5 new lines. Molly Brown, Katie Farrell we've already seen, but we are also going to see Brooklyn Stinnett,
Kelsey
and Ashlyn Plott. Good to see Ashlyn Plott back out.
This is the shooting lineup. I talked to Coach Matt about this. I saw him run this group in practice the other day. I was kind of sitting in, and he said if we get behind and we need a little bit of shooting, this is kind of the group. You look at Brooke, Kelsey, and Plott, all 3 of them just knockdown shooters. So it'll be interesting to see over the next couple minutes. There'll be another line change at some point, but can this group come and knock down a few threes? They play good defense right there to cause a turnover.
Yeah, good to see Ashlyn back out on the floor. I'd seen her a little bit here as we started the semester in a boot, so good to see her back out. And good defense by her fronting down low on Lexi Irvin to cause that turnover. Brooklyn with the entry pass top of the key. Katie Farrell jumper. Looks like it's going to be short. It is. Great box out by Line on the other end. It's going to be finished by Irvin at the rim. 15-7. That's, I think, 11-0 run for the visitors here. It was 7-4 early to the Lions.
They hit the 3 to tie it, and
it's been really just momentum for the Buffs since then. Molly Brown, and the Buffs are going to love that. If they can have that shot, Coach Kylie Russell-Greer would love to have the Lions taking those kind of shots consistently. 1:55 remaining here in the first quarter. Lady Lions got some work to do. They trail 15-7. Ball's kicked across to Lyon. Lyon in the corner. Back up top to Irvin. Irvin kicks around again.
If you're the Lions here, you have to win these minutes with Samaj and McKenna off the floor. You have to be able to put a dent into this lead right now as it's grown up to 8 points. As Ashlyn is going to line up and shoot a shot. It's going to go just over, a little long, a little hyped up right there. First shot in a while. Hopefully that'll settle her down a little bit.
Yeah, it was a great defensive possession. Could have been a big-time momentum play for her to take the ball up the floor and drain a deep 3. Irvin across Brimmer. Brimmer out on the wing. Good drive with the left hand from Ashley. Ashley looking down low for Reeder.
Katie Farrell takes the ball from her.
And trying to push the tempo again. Lady Lions are going to turn that one over. So a couple great defensive possessions, but unable to get anything going on the last 2 offensive possessions of the Lady Lions.
And back in comes Samaj and McKenna as it looks like a line change here. Autumn, Ellie, Olivia, Ashlyn, and Walls will look to come in at the next dead ball. Good look there.
What a pass.
From Kinsey Campbell, but not able to finish it as the Lions look to score. What a spin move by Molly to get the layup there and immediately back onto the press.
Molly just plays at such a speed that not many players can play, as that's a great press break for a backdoor cut and lay-in by Campbell.
You always want to, we always teach, this is from every level. Against a press, you get the ball to the middle of the floor and look opposite of the way the ball came to you is normally what's always open.
Yeah, 15 seconds and counting as Molly Brown looks like she will take the last shot here of the quarter for the Lady Lions. Tries to drive again. Good job to create space and get back inside. Finishes with the right hand, and we're going to have a half-court heave from the Buffs. Unable to knock it down as Lena Lyon. That's going to take us into the first quarter. The end of the first quarter, Buffs lead 17-11. So we're not going to take a break. We're going to stay with you here on Lines Live in between the first and the second quarter as we don't have Josh Muncie on the mic all the time, but I think when we do have him, that allows us to get a preview of the men's game, Josh. So talk me through what the matchup looks like today.
Well, both teams looking to get back into the win column in conference, so it's going to be very important Big little bit of a side note here, a little bit of a sibling battle going on. So we have, for us, Isaiah Breadwood will be going up against his brother Elijah Breadwood, who happens to be the conference's leading scorer right now. So that'll be kind of the battle of the Breadwoods. It'll be very interesting. I know both of them are very competitive and want to get the better of each other. I think it could be a fun matchup. Outside of that, two teams are going to play really hard. A lot of respect for Coach Robinson and the way he kind of runs his program and has ran his program for years and years. They've always been a very successful team.
It's definitely been a talking point, the Breadwood battle.
Yes.
As our guys at practice all week have been absolutely talking about how the sibling rivalry.
Yes.
And it was a talking point yesterday. We had a baseball meeting in the afternoon, and the guys stuck around talking. We were watching highlights of both brothers. There's a lot of talk.
I ran into a few of them in the hallway. Cade Cook was one of them, and we talked about that. Now, it's funny because Elijah is the bigger in stature brother. Isaiah is the older brother. So I think they both have a little bit of an advantage. And so it'll just be fun to watch those two go at each other. Hopefully the refs are aware that they're brothers, so if they get a little mouthy with each other, hopefully nothing bad happens. They do both love each other. I can confirm that.
Good finish at the rim and great ball work. Kruger lays that one in, 19-11 here. Good start to the quarter, first possession for the Buffs. Autumn Davis is going to bring it up the floor, kick to Olivia Hall. Sized up the three ball. But good pressure as we work the ball inside to Kaylin Walls. Walls with the left. Good finish on Kruger. Lady Lions are going to need a stop. The thing we haven't done right now is when we get stops, we don't score, but we do a good job of matching them, and that's another layup by the Buffs. 21-13 advantage. Lady Lions are having to wear some punches as we got a good job by Autumn Davis to drive, create a little space with an extension of the forearm. Josh, I saw you in here with a little bit of the mimic of that move. We're going to say no offensive foul there.
Here's my thing on that is if you keep your arm at a 90-degree angle, it's not a foul. It's when you extend from 90 degrees to 45 to 180 with the arm, that's when the foul comes into play.
Saw Bremer miss that three ball. Good chance for the Lions to cut into this deficit, 21-15. Looking inside for Ellie Graham. Ellie Graham looking to create some space, goes up with a left. She's going to draw the foul on Bremer.
I want to say something before I head out of here. Shout out to the students here today. Big crowd here. I see pizza, chips, sodas down there. So I just want to give a shout out to the student life helping us out. This is a big game, getting as many students out here as we possibly can.
Yep, it's definitely the best attended game of the semester so far, which what we knew would happen with
it's always,
students getting back in and the matchups and the storylines that we've got today. So we're excited to bring Bryan Lions men's and women's basketball doubleheader to you today. Josh, thanks for joining me on the mic. It's always good to get back on here together. And we get to do full soccer games in the fall. We're going to try to hop on a few softball games this spring together. So be on the lookout for us.
Maybe I can get with Clint. We can do a baseball game or something. I thought that was a travel.
I did too. Ball don't lie, Josh, and maybe it does.
Well, maybe it does.
Bounces back to Kruger. Second chance points here as Clark's got the ball under control. Good pressure from the Lady Lions. It's the black swarm there with the black jerseys all around the ball. And that's going to be a good defensive possession causing the turnover. Autumn Davis kind of the catalyst for that defensive possession.
In my opinion, she's one of the best defenders in this conference on the ball at the guard position.
You've got her, you've got AC. Both of them do a great job. As we look for Walls down on the post, Walls kicks out to Crittenden. Crittenden with her left drives, looking for space, unable to get anybody. Drops it to Davis.
3 seconds.
We're going to get a 3-second call. And that's going to be a turnover on the Lady Lions. 7:39 remaining in the second quarter. 21-16 advantage to the Buffs as the ball's inside to Clark. Clark is able to find Kenzie Campbell. Back to Clark. Clark had Kruger down low, elects to go out to McKenna Myers, who's unable to knock down the three. Another turnover by the Lady Lions as they look to push the tempo. We've actually not done a great job of that today with some long passes that have not found their mark. That's going to turn into an easy bucket for Lena Lyon, who was on the steal and the finish. So points off turnovers been good for the Buffs as they start. Lady Lions need to clean it up a bit in transition. That's going to go up and under to Kaylin Walls, unable to finish it. This tempo, Josh, I think just as Clark knocks that one down, the bank's open, and Coach Matt Ballant's going to get a timeout. 25-16, Lady Buffs answer back that mini run of the Lions, but this tempo seems to favor the Buff, a little choppy.
Yeah, one of the things that you look at with a team like Coach Ballant that's going to do a lot of line changes, play a lot of players, sometimes you don't see all the rewards until the second half when that tiring comes in. But we'll see how this finishes out. I'm going to have to get out of here, go get ready for the men's matchup. But it is always good. Thank you guys for all that you do. It's a great setup in here. You guys just keep up the good work, and let's go Lions.
Thanks for joining us, Josh. Until next time, my brother. 25-16 here in the second quarter. Lady Lions got to get it going. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Thanks to Josh Muncy for joining us on the broadcast. Ball goes inside to Petty. Petty working on Clark. Petty with the spin. I didn't know that one was going to find the bottom of the net as it rolled across the entire front of the rim. Had some minor difficulties there with my mic. Had to switch back over. 27-18. Molly Brown with the ball as the Lady Lions look inside to Petty. Petty with a good fake. Tried to go up and under. She beat Clark to the spot. I think she just lost a little bit of an idea of where she was as her shot hit the underside of the backboard. Lady Lions are going to retain the ball out to Petty. Deep three. Misses to the right. Rebound Buffs as they try to get going through Lena Lyon. Lyon kicks out to Clark. Clark cross court to Campbell. That was out to Ashley, who kicked back to Clark. Clark inside to number 30, Brimmer. Brimmer unable to finish. Good rebound, Ruby Cox, to get the Lions back under it. Deep pass to Plott. It's been one of the most accurate deep passes for the Lions all day. Ball finds Molly Brown over to Plott again. Plott inside. Good job vying for position. Cox, and she got everything she wanted in that shot, but was unable to make it. Stinnett, good defense. Ball rattles around inside Cox. That's a great job and a spin move by Naomi Ashley. Did not have the size advantage, but she worked to get open, finishes with the left hand, and rattles in. 29-18 here to the Buffs. Good answer from the visiting team. The thing we talked about, both these teams are at the top of the conference, but with the way the conference shakes out this year, this will be the only matchup between the two teams. The Lady Lions love having this one at home as Molly Brown drives and is fouled. That's going to send her to the free throw line. She is the fourth best free throw shooter in the league, just at around 84%. But the Lady Lions and Lady Buffs only play one time this year. And so you would have to think this is the number one game that will determine the conference champion. Obviously, there's a lot of basketball to be played, but both teams going in here undefeated, and only one will exit undefeated. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. Molly Brown, I think I gave her a little bit of a curse as I talked about how good of a free throw shooter she was. misses the first one just a bit short. She's going to try to knock down the second one to cut this deficit to 10. She does. 29-19, 4:29 remaining here in the second quarter. Lady Lions trying to close this deficit as they finish the half. What a take is the press was there, but Myers saw a path to the basket, drives all the way from midcourt, lays it in with her right hand, relatively uncontested, 31-19 to the Buffs. Stinnett with the ball, kicks to Cox. We've seen Ruby Cox get going from outside lately. That's a great job by Petty to get the offensive rebound, as we're going to get a wonderful take from Leah Stinnett, and she's going to finish at the rim with the foul. That may be the momentum, the little shot in the arm that the Lions need. Stinnett providing an impact off the bench for Coach Ballant. She's going to try to step up to the line to knock down the free throw. Unable, Petty somehow on the floor, which she is either putting people on the floor or on the floor herself pretty consistently. Buffs looking to run it out to Clark. Clark's calling for a screen. She's going to get it through Mackenzie Bremer. Looks to pick and roll. Bremer looking, finds the open, wide open Naomi Ashley. Ashley unable to knock it down. And McKenna Myers got the offensive board, but she was fouled a Lady Lion on the post beforehand. So the basket won't count, as we're going to get a couple new Buffs checking in. Number 12, Kinsey Campbell, and number 22, Callie Reeder. The senior and the freshman checking into the ball game for the Buffs as they try to keep this lead. Good defense from Campbell as she checked in to provide that great defensive stand at the basket. McKenna Myers drives to the basket. Good finish. The Lady Lions have just been really second best as we started this game. After it was early 7-4 lead, and since then it's been all Buffs. Looking inside for Petty. Petty, as she somehow works her way around Clark, and you can just see the athleticism as Samaj Clark, one of the best rebounders, scorers, and players in this conference. Alyssa Petty has her way with her on the post. 33-23, Buffs lead. Great start to the game for Coach Kylie Russell-Greer and Coach Bourne, as that's got to be finished. Missed lay-in by Callie Reeder. Lions let off the hook, and here comes Davis trying to go at the other end. She missed a layup, and Stinnett got the offensive rebound and somehow brought it down inside a myriad of Buffs. We're going to get some changes here. Petty checks out for Ellie Graham. Number 25, Naomi Ashley, checks out for the Buffs. And number 44, Lena Lyon, checks back in as Stinnett knocks down the first free throw. 2:33 remaining here in the first half. She knocks that one down. Ruby Cox checks out for Katie Farrell. 8-point deficit for the Lady Lions. And I would have said, until a couple weeks ago, the Lady Lions hadn't been in this position a lot, but Coach Matt Ballant scheduled tough this year, played two quality opponents back-to-back after the start of the new year. And so they have played from behind a bit. Ellie Graham with her second block of the game absolutely rejects Samaj Clark as we throw a ball deep. Autumn Davis somehow brings it down up to Katie Farrell with the finish. 33-27. Great run of play there from the Lady Lions. It started with a Ellie Graham rejection on Samaj Clark on one end, and they ran the floor a couple passes and an easy lay-in by Katie Farrell. Lady Lions trying to make it happen again, and I think that whistle bailed out the Buffs a bit as Kinsey Campbell was trying to get a shot up, but she was full speed and off balance. Katie Farrell stayed what looked to be pretty straight up, but is whistled for the foul. That's going to send Campbell to the free throw line, and that's not the Buff that you want to send as she misses the first, but she is an 82% free throw shooter, second best on the team for Milligan. So I'm just cursing both teams as she knocks down the second free throw. But I think that's definitely one of the buffs you don't want to consistently foul. 34-27, 146 remaining here in this first half. A packed Summers Gymnasium, and they know the importance of this matchup as Ellie Graham tries to go up, let the ball drop a bit. Samaj Clark pounces on it. She tries to run coast to coast out to Campbell. Campbell misses it. And I'm not sure what happened there. As I looked down to check my stats, it was a rebound grabbed by the Lions, and there must have been some type of miscommunication between Farrell and Davis, and the ball just trickles out of bounds. Huge let off. That ball's thrown inside, and the Lady Lions get it right back. Great defensive possession. Up to Autumn Davis. Davis, can she finish at the rim? She does with the weaker right hand. 34-29. Lady Lions storming back right before the halftime interval. Davis provided a little bit of pressure by herself there. 1:05 remaining. Lady Lions trail by 5. Gym is loud here today. Ton of energy inside of Summers Gymnasium for the blackout between the Buffs and the Lions. That ball was rejected, found the hands of number 22, Callie Reeder, but it was then poked out by a line. Reeder's going to check out for number 30, Mackenzie Brimmer, the junior from Maryville, Tennessee. A lot of Tennessee natives on the court today for both teams. 9 on the shot clock for Lyon. Lyon across to Campbell. Campbell trying to drive, kicks out to the lefty Lyon. Lyon knocks it. No, she doesn't. It actually hits the back of the rim. Good rebound, Farrell. She's going to push the tempo. Farrell with a little hesitation. Tries to get inside spin. Kicks out to Stinnett. Stinnett, deep three. Just misses. That's going to send us basically to the last possession of the half. There's only 1 second difference between the shot clock and the game clocks. So unless the Buffs force a shot here, they're going to take the last 1.5. Good ball movement. Brimmer across to McKenna Myers. Myers decides to pull it out. 14 on the clock. Back to Lyon. The lefty dribbles around. She's getting instructions from Coach Greer. Lyon out. Graham doing the defending. 5 on the clock. Myers poked free, and that's going to be it was a shot clock violation, probably with about 0.8 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they're going to put a second back on the clock for the Lady Lions or if they're going to let this thing go into halftime. And it looks like they're going to let this one go into halftime. So at the end of a action-packed first half, the Lady Buffs lead the Lady Lions 34-29. We've got a 15-minute break. We'll be back with you shortly here on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast. Halfway through our halftime interval, 7 minutes remaining here on the clock. But just wanted to give you guys a rundown of the first half and what was a back and forth battle between the Buffs and the Lady Lions. Score stands currently at 34-29 in favor of the Buffs. The Buffs outshot the Lions 46% to 37% from the field. Both teams struggled from behind the arc. 2 of 7 for Milligan, only 1 of 4 for the Lions. The turnover battle slightly favors the Lions, 8-6. But it was a tale of really early in that half, or I guess quarters you could say, but early in the first quarter, the Lions got the best start of the ball game, jumped out to a quick lead. The Lady Buffs went on an 11-0 run after being down 7-4 to make it 15-7, and then just really never looked back. Lady Lions answered back towards the end of the second as the Lady Lions outscored the Buffs 18-17 in that second quarter to trim that deficit to only 5 points. All to play for here in the second half. As we mentioned, both teams are undefeated, and this is for pole position in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. 9-0 are the Buffs, 8-0 are the Lions. Their only matchup this year. So we will have a wonderful second half of basketball coming up. 5 minutes remain here at the halftime break. We'll be right back with you on Lions Live. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Welcome back into Lions Live as Ruby Cox is going to inbound to Autumn Davis to get us underway here in the second half. Third quarter, 34-29. The Buffs lead by 5. There's a good back cut for Ellie Graham, but the ball was ricocheted off her hands. Early turnover is Lena Lyons going to push the floor and kick the ball over to McKenna Myers. McKenna Myers leads all scorers in the game with 11. Samaj Clark has 5, leading the Bryan Lady Lions. Molly Brown with 10, and a trio of Lions, Brooklyn Stinnett, Davis, and Petty, all at 4. Long offensive rebound out to Clark. She's going to take a tough jumper, somehow knocks it down. I would have probably put good money on that she wouldn't have knocked that down, but that's what happens when you have one of the best players in the league with the basketball. 36-29. Davis out to Ellie Graham. Ellie Graham looking for Molly Brown. Molly Brown's going to get it and look to drive. Good spin move. Somehow hangs in the air. Ball's going to bounce around to Davis. And there was some contact off the ball as Davis collided with a Buff. Struggling to get a number there. She's still on the ground. I think it was a shoulder to maybe to the head or the forehead or the nose area. We're going to see Coach Greer coming across to help as you see Levi Moffitt onto your screen. Athletic trainer on duty for the Lions. Coming out to check on the downed Lady Buff. She stands to her feet. There's a loud round of applause throughout the gym. It was number 13, Caroline Kruger. They're going to take her into the training room to get looked at, as I think you usually would do with any blow to the head, as what it looked like it was potential maybe head injury or just a hard knock to the head. But we're going to hope Kruger's okay, as the Buffs are going to bring in a sub. That's going to be number 22, Callie Reeder for Kruger. We're going to get back underway. 36-29, Buffs inbound here with the lead. Line kicks back to Myers. Brown's going to do the defending on Myers. Myers with the left hand. Ball bounces around, somehow finds the hands of Campbell, and Campbell is going to lay it up and in. So a little bit of a broken play, but ends with a cherry on top for the Buffs. 38-29, and the Lions have been unable to really cut that lead anything under 5. Davis can't get it to go with the right hand. Rebound Samaj Clark looking to run the floor up to Line. Line with a spin move back to Clark. Clark up and in. And you couldn't write a start any better for Coach Greer and the Buffs. 40-29, 11-point deficit. Lady Lions going to have to find some answers here on the offensive end to be able to put the ball in the bucket so that the Buffs don't run away with this ball game. Farrell up top, out to Molly Brown. Molly Brown in front of the bench. Downtown, Molly Brown. Big-time answer for the Lions. 40-32. 7:50 remain in the third quarter. Can the Lions get a stop? Lena Line with a good drive. Kicks out to a wide open Kenzie Campbell. Unable to finish. Ball bounces around. Corralled by Ellie Graham. Graham's going to kick to Davis. Davis back to Farrell. Farrell with a good move, but blocked by Kenzie Campbell. Excuse me, that is not Campbell. That is Callie Reeder. And Myers is going to get us underway on the other end. Tried to drive. Ruby Cox, great defense. Active hands, pokes that ball out for a Milligan inbound underneath the basket. Kenzie Campbell comes across on the L of the Lions to inbound this ball. Ellie Graham is trying to deny the inbounds pass. Ball kicked out to Lyon. Lyon looking for the pick and roll with Reeder, unable to get it, but they've got the switch that they want with Molly Brown. They switch back off the ball. Going to be knocked down by the Buffs. 42-32, 10-point game. Autumn Davis Looks for Cox on the wing. Cox looking at the top, decides to put it on. Thought about trying to take Clark to the basket. Good job by Clark to vie for position. Ellie Graham's going to try her hand at the drive, and that ball is going to be dribbled off the inline. Turnover by the Lions. Lady Buffs have started this quarter as the better squad. 8-3 advantage in the quarter for the Buffs. That's going to push that lead back to 10 overall, as we're going to see another line change from Coach Ballant. Number 6, Alyssa Petty, Ashlyn Crittenden, Brooklyn Stinnett, Leah Stinnett, and Kaylin Walls are going to try their hand at trying to cut into this 10-point lead and see if they can get the crowd in Summers Gymnasium back into this contest. It's been all Buffs here in the start of the third quarter. Inside to Clark, tries for the tie-up, does Walls, unable to get it. Ball kicked out to Campbell. Campbell to Lyon. Lyon with a drive, up, finishes with the right hand. That's a great take by Lena Lyon, the 5'3" guard, the hometown guard from Elizabethton, Tennessee, very close to Milligan. She finishes well. Don't let the 5'3" fool you. She's done a good job laying that one in inside traffic. Kaylin Walls beats Callie Reeder, but is on too far underneath the basket. And that's going to be another opportunity for the Buffs to extend this lead. 12-point lead currently. Campbell with the ball. Crosses back over. She's been great from the mid-range, which is something you see that's dying in modern-day basketball. It's a lot of high percentage perimeter shooting and balls down low as that ball's thrown just behind. But we're going to get a backcourt. Good defense, Brooklyn Stinnett, to earn that backcourt violation. 5:34 remaining in the third quarter. As Coach Matt Blunt barks out orders to his girls, arms crossed. He's got to figure this one out. We mentioned about all the different storylines today in this doubleheader matchup with Milligan. One we haven't mentioned so far, Coach Reagan Blunt, assistant and daughter of Matt Blunt, is facing her alma mater. She was a Milligan Buff. That's where she played her college basketball. As Petty drives, gets no foul call. Clark, that's great defense. I would have thought there was going to be a foul whistle, but there wasn't. Petty is up regardless, not worried about the call. Going to try to provide some pressure. Good pass to beat the press. That looked like a dribble, and we're not going to get it. And now it's going to be a foul call as Coach Matt Ballon is incensed down on the sideline. And he is having a strong talking with the official. And the official's telling him that the ball was bobbled, that she didn't double dribble. But I don't know. Coach Blunt's got to be careful as he can't get any type of technical. Wouldn't be very good for where the Lions are in this ball game. It's 46-32, all Buffs here in the second half. 12-3 scoring advantage. Coming out of the halftime break, it has been all Buffs. Ball's bound as the ball was somehow on the Milligan bench. Alyssa Petty inbounds to Brooklyn Stinnett. Coach Josh Muncie on the broadcast with us earlier said this was one of the little more shooting-heavy lineup as Crittenden finds Stinnett. Stinnett tries to drive. She's going to take a tough jump shot. Petty with a good offensive rebound. The fake of pass and lays it in. Alyssa Petty, good finish. Back into the press of the Lions. They're going to need something here. Samaj Clark with the ball. Easily works it into the middle of that press, finding Ashley. Ashley back out top to McKenna Myers. Myers is going to step out in motion for the offense. Out to Clark. Clark with the right hand. Good job, Kaylin Walls. What a steal. Lady Lions need a bucket here to get it back to 10-point deficit. Out to Stinnett. Stinnett thought about it. Out to the second. Brooklyn Stinnett in front of her own bench. Thought it was good from our angle here. Unable to convert. Just nicked the front of the rim and bounced over. Still 46-36 advantage to the visiting Buffaloes of Milligan. Out to Clark. Clark thought about the three. Brooklyn Stinnett working inside on Ashley. Ashley was vying for position across the court. Knockdown three from the Buffs. Number 23, Lexi Irving. And that's going to be a timeout by Coach Matt Ballant, and he needs it in a bad way. 3:51 remaining here in the third quarter. Lady Lions trail by 15. welcome back in. Lady Lions have got to show some urgency, and now we're going to see Kelsey Johnson and Molly Brown check into the ball game. Kelsey Johnson has the ability to really get hot from three. So does Molly Brown. We're going to need the alter ego of downtown Molly Brown to show up in this one. As she tried to take Myers on the dribble, Myers picks the pass, and that's going to be a quick turnover. Lady Lions not up to it so far in the second half at all. Ball kicked out again for a three ball. Just missed by Lexi Irving, but the rebound goes back to the Buffs. Kenzie Campbell. Campbell looking inside for Brimmer. Out back to Myers. Back inside again. Ball's bouncing around. Good job, Katie Farrell. She's been good on the defensive end. The problem is the Lady Lions have done enough there, but they can't do anything on the offensive end as Autumn Davis takes a good drive to the basket and is going to go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Before those free throws, we're going to get a media timeout. 3:08 remaining here in the third quarter. All Buffs so far in the second half. Lady Lions trail the Buffs 49-34. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast. Autumn Davis is going to trot to the line out of this timeout to shoot 2 free throws. There's some type of miscommunication going on. Must have been talking about the number of fouls or something, but it's cleared up. Davis is going to rattle that one around and in. Makes both. Lions back in the press. It's just too easy for the Buffs right now to kick the ball into the middle of that center circle, right on the Christ above all on the court. They're breaking the press every time that way. Coach Josh Muncy told us you want to get the ball in to the middle of the court. That's a good rebound, Molly Brown, as she's fouled trying to bring the ball down. But the Buffs are able to get the entry pass in and then kick it to the backside of which the ball came. They're breaking the press, I think, a lot easier than Coach Ballant would like at this point in the ball game. Kelsey Johnson inbounds. 2:45 remaining here in the third quarter. 49-36 to the Buffs. Kelsey Johnson with a drive, looking for Molly Brown. Deep three. Knocks it down. Downtown Molly Brown, the only line today that has been able to consistently put the ball in the bucket. Is there there was a lot of fans in the Summers Gymnasium wanting a travel or a double dribble. Katie Farrell, active hand. She's going to look to take this coast to coast. She's going to kick it to Petty as Petty is able to go up and under. Doesn't get it, grabs her own rebound. And it's going to be a jump ball. Possession arrow goes to the Buffs. I thought Katie Farrell was going to lay that one in on her own. She decided to kick it to Petty. And Petty wasn't able to finish. Lions again, good active hands. Ball bounces around, finds Petty. Good drive, Petty, and kicks to Molly Brown. And the Summers Gymnasium crowd's on their feet, 49-41. It feels like a tie ball game, but with the way the Lions crowd is on their feet, still trying to will them to victory here in this Appalachian Athletic Contest, which feels like a must-win at this point in the year. Buffs kick the ball around. Myers out top to Reeder. Reeder inside. Great ball movement and great assist by Samaj Clark to the backdoor cut of Kinsey Campbell. Campbell lays it in uncontested, 51-41. Davis with her drive. Out to Farrell. Farrell across to Brown. Molly Brown looks to the sideline. Coach Ballant is relayed in the play. Kelsey Johnson, it looks like a bit of an ISO. They tried to ISO for Davis. Davis takes it, and the ball's bounced around off everybody. Somehow finds its way to the Buffs. They're going to have a 3-on-2 on the other end. Run by Lena Line. Line pulls back out as they set up their half-court offense. Looking for Samaj Clark at the top, but that's going to be Myers. Wide open three, unable to convert it, but the ball's going to bounce to Reeder. Great offensive rebound. Back to Myers. Myers from the free throw line knocks it down. And that little run of the lines has been answered well by the Buffs. 53-41, 32 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Molly Brown drives and finishes. That's going to get Molly Brown up to 18 points. She is the only Bryan line in double figures. Myers answers again on the other end. Myers up to 15 points. 55-43, 15 seconds remaining here. Back and forth we go, and we're going to get a travel on Davis with 11 seconds remaining in the third quarter. And the Buffs are going to get one last look here at a shot in the last 11 seconds. Ball inbounded to Lyon. Lyon. Davis does the defending. Davis trying to stay in front. She gets Clark's going to set a pick. Ball finds its way out to Campbell. Campbell knocks it down at the buzzer, and that is a huge momentum shift. Lead extended back to 15, 58-43, and it is going to take an unreal quarter from the Lions to get back into this one. 10 minutes remaining for the Lions to stay undefeated in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. Buffs lead 58-43. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast. Sorry, had some technical difficulties for the first minute and a half of the fourth quarter. It's 61-45 for the Buffs as Katie Farrell missed the first free throw of the two she's going to shoot. We just saw Samaj Clark hit a three on the other end. Farrell knocks that one down, 61-46. Lady Lions going to have to play an immaculate final 8.5 minutes of this one to see if they can get back into it. Lena Lyon with the ball. Lady Lions are going to press. Easily broken again by the Buffs. Clark to Lena Lyon. Lyon across, back down inside. Good to see Caroline Kruger back on the court after taking a shot to the head early in this game. Molly Brown is trying to do it herself for the Lions. Will them to victory. She's up to over 20 points. Samaj Clark with a mid-range jumper misses. Katie Farrell rebounds. Lions going to have to score here. Out to Stennett. Stennett's going to drive with nobody there. Kicks all the way across to Autumn Davis. Somehow keeps it from going into the Lions bench. Out to Farrell. Farrell works inside. Unable to finish. Great defense, Kruger. Back to Lena Lions, 7:41 remaining, 13-point deficit for the Lions. They're going to need a stop and a bucket. The stops haven't been the issue as much as getting the buckets on the offensive end have been. Great drive, doesn't fall. We had some contact, both players. The officiating crew today has let both teams play. We have not seen a lot of fouls at all. We've only had one foul here in the second half as Davis is going to drive. Can't convert. Katie Farrell tried hard to get to that one as she crashes into the cheerleading mat on the baseline. Coach Matt Ballant's going to sub in 5 new lines. Crittenden, Kelsey Johnson, Molly Brown, Ellie Graham, and Ashlyn Plott. A plethora of shooters on the court in black. We're going to need them to get hot. Ball back into the middle of that press again and beaten easily. I'd like to have the numbers in front of me to see the turnovers that have been caused by the press versus the easy buckets. It seems like Milligan came in with a game plan. As Ashlyn Plott pokes that free, ball's been tipped, bouncing around. Corralled again by the Buffs. Lena Line out to Reeder. Reeder back to Bremer. We're going to get a backcourt. No, we're going to get a Molly Brown steal. Can she finish? And she gets fouled hard at the rim. 13-point deficit for the Lions. If you feel bad for anybody on the court today, you feel a little bit bad for Molly Brown. She's filling it up on the stat sheet. She scored 22 points, almost half of the points for the Lions. The only Lady Line that's turned up with anything offensively today. And she's trying to pick up the rest of the pride by the scruff of their neck as she drags them to the finish line. Knocks down the first free throw. Deep breath from Brown. A spin and a dribble. And the 84% free throw shooter knocks down another one, but she's not going to have time to catch her breath. Back into the press are the Lions, 11-point lead. That 10-point mark seems to be what the Lady Lions can't get over. And we'll see if they can get a stop here to get that back down to double digits, or inside of double digits. 11-point lead for the Buffs, 61-50. Good ball movement by the Buffs. Molly Brown again diving around. Ball's on the floor, bouncing around. 5 on the shot clock, and we're going to get a timeout. I don't know how they had possession enough to get a timeout. And I just think that's what they're going to tell Coach Ballant, is that there was a timeout, but there's no way that the Buffs had possession, but the possession would have been in the back court. So it's going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll stay with you through the 30-second timeout. But with the ball being in the back court, I would assume they're going to have to inbound from, in behind half court with only 3 seconds on the shot clock. Forgive me, my basketball knowledge on where the inbound goes and all that is not great. As just a baseball coach volunteering time here on the mic. 6:15 remaining, 11-point lead for the Buffs. Lady Lions have been outscored in the second half. In the third quarter, as they had cut the lead to 5 going into the halftime break, came out all Buffs. 24-14, outscored by 10 points in the third quarter with the Lady Lions. But they've had a decent start to the fourth. Molly Brown scored 7. And Milligan scored 3. It's 11-point lead, 61-50. Coach Matt Ballant has got a lot to say in this huddle for the Lady Lions. Looks like it's going to be Plott, Graham, Johnson, Brown, and Crittenden that are going to stay on the floor. For the Buffs, it's going to be Clark, Lyon, Kenzie Campbell, Naomi Atchley, and Lexi Irving. Irvin has been dangerous from behind the arc today, which neither team has really got it going. Irvin does have a couple trays. 3 seconds here. Ball inbounded to Clark. Clark's going to have to pull quickly. Do not foul, and she's going to have the shot clock violation. And Coach Greer really upset about that one. As you know, the timeout was called, and she was probably very open with, hey, there's 3 seconds left on the shot clock, but unable to get a shot are the Buffs. Molly Brown with the ball, 6:02 remaining in this ball game. Brown's trying to drive, crossover. Line, great defense, but it doesn't matter. Molly Brown is on a roll, 61-52, and it's the coming out party for Molly Brown today. We spoke earlier that she is the only Lady Lion that averages double-digit points. She is about to triple her average on the year. 61-52. Buffs work the ball back across all the way to Campbell. Campbell drives, good finish. Crittenden could not stop that one. Molly Brown brings it up. Back to an 11-point lead for the Buffs. Brown, deep three, in and out. Good rebound, Samaj Clark. You'd think inside of 5 minutes that Coach Russell Greer would want slower possessions for the Buffs. As when you're down double digits inside of 5 minutes, you be wise with what you do with the clock. Ball kicked out to Clark, 8 on the shot clock. She drives, ball bounces around. Good job for her to elevate up and in, 65-52, back to a 13-point lead. And I said it earlier, the Lady Lions have just struggled to get it inside of 10 points. Matt Ballant's going to take a timeout. 4:40 remaining here. It's going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll be right back with you on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Autumn Davis with the ball. Out to Molly Brown. Molly Brown. Myers working on her over. Kicks it to Brooklyn. Brooklyn unable to knock it down. Good rebound. Contested rebound by McKenna Myers. She's going to do the honor of bringing the ball up the court for the Buffs. She's had a heck of a ball game. 15 points. Leads all Buffs today. Second highest scorer in the ball game behind Molly Brown for the Lions. Ball kicked out. In and out from Lexi Irvin, who's been the best three-point shooter in the ballgame today from either side. Molly Brown kicks to Stennett. Stennett down inside to Graham. Can Graham do the work on Clark? She can't. Samaj Clark says, get that out of here. Rejection, 65-52. 13-point lead for the Buffs. 3:52 remaining in the game. And the Lady Lions are going to have to go now. It is urgency on both ends of the floor. Ball kicked into Clark. Clark up. Can't convert. Thought there may have been some contact. None whistled. Ball kicked and poked out. I thought by Myers, but they're going to say it didn't touch the Buffs senior, and it's going to be a turnover on the Lady Lions. Olivia Hall checks into the game along with Kaylin Walls. Back into the press. Press easily beaten once again into the corner. Myers to Line. Line back in the corner. Campbell with the ball. Kicks it to Reeder. Reeder back to Myers. Myers to Line. Line to Clark. A lot of ball movement. Bounced up. Back to Clark. Clark with a deep three. Had really no shot. Somehow Molly Brown comes down with the board. Looks for a long pass. It's going to be nicked, but unable to bring it down was Lena Line, who had pole position to pick that one off. Davis is going to finish back to that 11-point number that the Lady Lions can't seem to get inside of. The fresh legs of the Lions, you think might give them an advantage in the last 240, but I don't know that it's going to give them enough to get back at this one. Samaj Clark thought about the three, decides to continue the ball movement. Back inside to Reeder. Reeder up, unable to finish, but draws the foul. The 5'10 freshman from Cookeville, Tennessee. Good job getting the position for the drop-off there. Got the basketball, unable to finish with the right hand because of the foul. But she's going to go to the line to shoot two. And the Lady Lions are going to need a lot of these to go their way. Reeder on the year, 10 of 12 from the free throw line. From a post player, over 80%. That's a great number. You've got to bank on her to make both of these. We mentioned the overall free throw shooting percentage for the Buffs is over 72%. Reeder knocks down both. 2:29 remaining, 13-point lead. Davis looks out to Walls. Walls deep three. They don't step on her. She's going to miss it. Petty fighting for the rebound. Unable to get there. Rebound to the Buffs. Back to Myers. This possession should get us inside the 2-minute mark. And it would be one of the crazier comebacks that Summers Gymnasium has ever seen if the Lady Lions could do it at this interval of the game. Lena Line kicks across to Myers. Myers outside to Campbell. Campbell back out to Line. Line drives with her left. Ball's poked free. 4-3 on the shot clock. Good job by Stennett. Stennett's going to kick to Davis. Davis, can she lay it in with the right? She does. Back to an 11-point game. 1:44 remaining in the ball game. Lady Lions can't get inside this 11-point number. Buffs lead 67-56. Three ball, that'll be a dagger, but it doesn't fall. Samaj Clark, though, with the rebound and finish, and that feels like one, as the second leading scorer in the conference. Grabs the board and easy lay-in, 69-56. Ball inside the Walls. Walls working on Reeder. She knocks that one down, but it's going to take us to 1:10 remaining, and it's back to an 11-point deficit for the Lions. Ball inside to Myers on the press. Pass up to Campbell, back to Myers, and Campbell kind of playing keep away from the Lions defense here. You're not going to see a foul. Alyssa Petty doing the defending, and there it is. She does reach and fouls Kenzie Campbell. But it's not going to send her to the free throw line. Neither team in the bonus. We only have 4 combined fouls here. Officials have let them play all day. And the Buffs are going to work it as you see the ball kick to Campbell, who looked up at the clock before she made a decision. Great job, McKenna Myers, to keep that ball in play, and it finds its way to Kenzie Campbell on the backside of the block. She's going to be fouled and go to the line to shoot two. She's an 82% free throw shooter on the year, but it's not going to matter now with the 11-point lead for the visiting Buffs inside of 35 seconds. And you got to give massive credit here to the Milligan College Buffs coming in to this tough place to play, Summers Gymnasium. They came in today and were the better team throughout the contest. 70-58, 12-point lead. As Autumn Davis is going to try to drive, misses it. Kaylin Wall's offensive rebound. She's going to miss the putback, but she's fouled, going to go to the line with 25 seconds to shoot two. But in this matchup at the top of the AAC, it was all Buffs. You know, you expected it to be a little more back and forth, and the Lady Lions just struggled heavily on the offensive end. And you can call it what you like. It may have been the Buffs defense. It may have just been a little bit of a rough day offensively for the team in black, but we were unable to get it going. Wall's going to knock down both free throws. That gets it to 10 points with 25.8 remaining. It's just too much to overcome. But the Buffs have come in and proven why they will leave the number one team here in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the final 25.8 seconds of this contest. 70-60 lead for the visiting Milligan College Buffs. Lady Lions try to deny the inbound. They find Clark, who easily finds Callie Reeder. And that's just a cherry on top for Coach Kylie Russell Greer, as Molly Brown's going to drive and lay that one in. Cuts it back to a 10-point lead. Russell Greer is going to take a full timeout there. I guess she was worried about getting the ball in bounds, but the Lady Lions would need more than a point a second to try to tie this one up. But I'll tell you, I can't disagree with much Coach Russell Greer has done today, as they have been the better team here in Summers Gymnasium, coming on the road with such a pivotal conference matchup. And they come in and they play their best ball game of the year, as they are going to improve to 10-0, an undefeated record in the conference, on the back of three scorers, really. McKenna Myers, Samaj Clark, both with double digits. And as my stats, for some reason, just went out, they have one other scorer in double digits. I'm struggling to see who it is at the moment. But they've just come in and dominated the Lions today. When they took the lead early in the first quarter, they never relinquished it. Lady Lions last led in this ball game 7-6 with about 3 minutes into the first quarter, and they have been behind the entirety of the game. Ball's inbounded to Clark. Clark across to Myers. That other scorer in double digits was Kenzie Campbell. They're going to work the ball around, and that's going to bring this clock to zeros, and an absolute wonderful contest for the Buffs. They celebrate down on the bench. A lot of traveling Buffs here on their feet in Summers Gymnasium. 72-62, Buffs win to remain undefeated and take the pole position in the Appalachian Athletic Contest, in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. We'll be back for the second game of our doubleheader. 30 minutes on the clock for the men's warm-up. So we should be back with you in about 25 minutes here on the same stream. For Jeremy Deal, Clint McCauley, Jessica Day, this is Jordan Day. Thanks for joining us on Lions Live.
And now for your Bryan College Lions. At guard, a junior from Knoxville, Tennessee, number 1, Isaiah Brentwood. At guard, a freshman from Franklin, Tennessee, number 12, Ty Gibbs. At forward, a junior from Bells, Tennessee, number 14, Hayden Moulton. At guard, a senior from Crossville, Tennessee, number 20, Cole Torres. And at center, a junior from Memphis, Tennessee, number 33, Jerry Taylor Jr. The Lions are coached by Jason Latch and assisted by Josh Muncie, Wes Stevener, Nick Roberts, and Ian Johnson.
Welcome into Lions Live. Clint McCauley on the starting lineups as the lights are back on in Summers Gymnasium, illuminating a AAC contest between the visiting Milligan Buffs in the orange and black and your hometown Bryan College Lions wearing the gray and red. What a matchup we have between two teams in the middle of the league. The Lions enter into this contest at 6-10 overall, 4-4 in the conference. That's good for 7th. The Buffs come in at 4-12, 2-6 overall in the conference. That's good for 7th. So should be a pretty interesting matchup on all fronts as the Buffs win the tip. Ball goes back to number 24, Tajon McDaniel McCormick. One of the best storylines of the year is the battle of the Breadwood brothers. Elijah Breadwood for the Buffs and Isaiah Breadwood for the Lions. Is a great start to the game on defense. What a possession. Cole Torres to finish it out as he forces a turnover from the Buffs. The Buffs starting lineup, number 0, Elijah Breadwood. We mentioned 21 points a game. He is the leading scorer in the conference. Number 1, Grant Hensley. Number 3, Jake Benham. Number 11, Lee Vu'u Antoine. As Cole Torres makes the first bucket of the ball game with a left-handed lay-in. And number 24, Tajon McDaniel McCormick. For the Lions, number 1, Isaiah Breadwood. Number 12, Ty Gibbs. Number 14, Hayden Moulton. Number 20, Cole Torres. And number 33, Jerry Taylor Jr. As the Lions have an early 2-0 lead. Ball down inside, kicked out to the wide-open Hensley, who knocks that one down. 3-2 advantage to the Buffs. And Isaiah Breadwood's going to be on the ball here with his brother doing the defending. So the battle of the Breadwood brothers, you know there is some big-time bragging rights on the line today, as it's the only matchup, I believe, of the year between these two teams. So the Breadwood brothers got a lot extra to play for outside of just your regular win. As you see Jerry Taylor Jr. with the baby hook in the lane. 2 good possessions, 4 points in the paint for the Lions to start this one out. McDaniel McCormick with the ball, kicks up top to Anton. Great job. Cole Torres with the steal, looks for Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs running the floor, rejected by McDaniel McCormick. It was a great job by him for the chase down block off the back of the backboard there, and he's going to go and do it at the opposite end with some touch as he lays it in. 5-4 lead to the Buffs. Breadwood brings it back. Moulton to his right. Screen for Jerry Taylor. Taylor looks for the pick and roll, but they find Moulton. Moulton back to Breadwood. Breadwood for 3, just a bit long, but he's poked it out. Active hands on the defensive end, and his shimmy shake on his brother and lays it in. The first Breadwood v. Breadwood bucket goes to Isaiah for Bryan. 6-5 early lead. Breadwood kicks across. McDaniel McCormick up to Hensley, who's knocked down the tray already for the Buffs. Looks for another one, but he hesitates, kicks down. Jerry Taylor Jr. with some good hands, pokes it out. Last touch by Taylor Jr. We're going to have an inbound in front of the Lions bench. 8 seconds on the shot clock. 17-11 in the first half. Lions lead 6-5 after a good start. Hensley looks for Breadwood. Breadwood with a tough shot for three as Dalen Gales checks in and grabs the first board of the ball game for himself into Jerry Taylor Jr. Jr. working on Anton, and he's going to turn almost from the exact same spot of his earlier hook shot. He's going to knock down another one. 8-5 lead for the Lions. Lions looking to get back on the right foot here as they lost last time out on the road at Truett McConnell. And it looks to be a decently favorable matchup as they are firmly entrenched in the middle of the conference, and Milligan's down at the bottom as we start play today. Cole Torres with his second steal of the ball game with the left hand, going to look to drive, tries to find looked more for the contact maybe than he did the bucket, and he was unable to knock down the bucket or draw the foul. Ball kicked wide to Anton, but he misses. Breadwood's going to grab that board and lay it in. Going to have some challenging names for some of this Milligan roster as they have players from Croatia, Moldova, North Macedonia, Serbia, as well as Cole Torres just rims out. But we're going to have, I think Breadwood actually, when he laid the ball in after the rebound on the last one, he was hit in the back fighting for the rebound actually, and it was his own teammate that he had bumped into. I think he took maybe an elbow or a chin to the back of the head. And he had played the defensive possession, but I think we've got to stop for he's bleeding on the back of his head. At least that's the way the actions of the trainers look. He's going to be subbed out of the ballgame for number 2, Zach Turner, as they're going to check on him. It's going to be something to watch for the Buffs as you don't want to lose. That's got to be a carry, and they wanted to blow it, but they didn't. Ball kicked in the corner. 3 ball missed by Jake Benham. Rebound Dalen Gales. Gales kicks to Moten. 15:42 remaining, 8-7 lead here for the Lions. Jerry Taylor Jr. looked for the cut of Cole Torres in the pass, had a little bit too much on it. He was unable to corral that. It's going to be a turnover by the Lions. Thanks for the comments on the broadcast. Definitely a house divided. Somebody watching's got a nephew on each team. Go Breadwood Brothers. Yeah, a lot of different people to pull for in this game. It's got to be fun. We talked about this at length before we went on air. To play against your brother would be just a wonderful experience. And then with them both playing point guard mostly, you're going to get a chance to defend each other. And there is a lot riding on the line personally for each Breadwood brother, but it's got to be something as a family very proud to see both of these brothers playing collegiate basketball and doing a good job for their respective teams. 15:35 remaining here in this quarter. We've got a lot off the court going on. I believe it's blood. They're trying to get some blood cleaned up off some uniforms. 15:35 remaining in the first half. 8-7 lead for the Lions. We're back underway. Is Bo Kobe passed it in. He's just checked in. Zach Turner with the ball. Breadwood doing the defending. Lions look like they're up to it on that end of the floor so far. Breadwood again, great defense. Looks like we've got to travel, and we do. Turner hit the shot after the whistle, which if it's anything like my second golfer, he's pretty good, and he knocks that one down, but it's not going to count. 8-7 here, 15:15 remaining in the first half. Gales to Torres to Breadwood. Jerry Taylor Jr. working on Kobe. Looking for Jerry Taylor Jr. Great entry pass, Gales. He's going to be double-teamed. He finds Hayden Moten. Moten through the lane. Absorbs some contact, but Breadwood's offensive rebound, 15-foot jumper from the baseline, unable to knock it down. McDaniel McCormick's going to come down with a rebound. That's a mouthful for Tajon McDaniel McCormick, and he's been on the ball almost every possession for the Buffs, so he's going to make me earn my money today as he kicks across to Zach Turner. Turner with some instructions for his teammates. McDaniel McCormick moves Kobe off the screen. He looks to ISO on Moten. Ball kicked wide. 3 ball. No good for Hensley. Rebound Moten. It's the best the Lions have started a game here recently in the last couple weeks. Moten to Breadwood. Breadwood looking for Torres. Torres up top to Jerry Taylor Jr., 15 on the shot clock. Jerry Taylor Jr. working on Kobe. He draws and one, and a flex underneath for Jerry Taylor Jr. And he is fired up, as he well should be. 6 of the 10 points so far for the Lions. We're going to get our first media timeout. 14:06 remaining in the first half. Lions lead 10-7. Welcome back into Lions Live. After that media timeout, Jerry Taylor Jr. trots to the line to try to finish the old-fashioned three-point play. 74% free throw shooter is JTJ. Maybe that's what we're going to have to call him on the broadcast, as he knocks that one down. Jerry Taylor Jr. with the best start of anybody on the floor. He's got 7 of the 11, and he's equaled out the bus by himself. 11-7 here, just inside of 14 minutes in the first half. Good start to Lions basketball. Kobe, ball poked again. That will be the third steal of the day as Gales goes for the lay-in, and he's going to miss it. Derek Curtis gets the rebound. Third steal of the day. He's going to have to get rid of the ball, or it's going to be a 3-second call. And Hayden Moten first to it, kicks back to Curtis. Curtis up and under and in. The Lions are at it today. The energy in Summers Gymnasium is carried on over from that girls matchup that saw the visiting Buffs win the undefeated top of the conference tilt between the lines. Deep three ball missed by Turner. Ball rebounded on the inline by Curtis. Curtis going to do the honors of bringing it up the floor. Looks for Gales. Gales out to Jerry Taylor Jr. Kobe doing the defending. Taylor Jr. looks for the pick and roll. Curtis doesn't get it, but he's going to finish himself, but he's unable to get it to fall. He actually got a lot better look, I think, than he originally thought. Deep three ball knocked down. Tajon McDaniel McCormick, 13-10, Lions lead. Moten going to force the tempo. He finishes at the rim. Hayden Moten had a good start to this ball game. The one thing you can never question about Hayden Moten is he is one of the most driven players on the floor, constantly diving after balls on the floor, great defender, great rebounder. He is a little bit, in some ways, the heartbeat of this team at times, as he's going to check out of the ball game with Cole Torres and Jerry Taylor Jr. That trio of Lions has played unreal to start the first part of the ball game. We got Rigel Moore, Cal Drake, and Nathan Landtroop have all checked in for the Lions, and Coach Jason Latch. We had Josh Muncy on earlier, and he was excited about this matchup, thought that they had some chances to exploit different opportunities, and that's a good finish at the rack by Bo Kobe. The 6'4" guard from Jacksonville, North Carolina, with a good finish with the right hand. He took his man off the dribble, has the touch to finish off the glass as he's going to go to shoot this free throw. He airballs it, and the crowd is going to let him hear it. most notably, somebody in front of our booth that is wearing a Happy Gilmore jersey is just letting him hear it on the air ball. And that free throw, to be honest with you, wasn't very close. You could tell out of the hand it was going to be an air ball. Dalen Gales, long 2-point, knocks it down. Dalen Gales, unreal score. There is Elijah Breadwood. Good to see him back out on the court as Regale Moore doing the defending. Regale's been out a bit too with some injuries. Good to see him back for the Lions. That provides some good depth for Coach Jason Latch. Ball goes in to Kobe. Kobe working on a couple of line defenders, and Kobe is on the floor, unable to finish with the left hand. Rebound to Landtroop. Landtroop back to Gales. Gales weathers some contact, takes it to the rack, and gets smoked on the floor by number 1, Grant Hensley, with a trip. Looked like a little hip check in the lane there. Foul was called on the floor, so it'll be an inbound underneath the basket. Gales to take 17-12, early advantage to the hometown Bryan Lions. Looks for Derek Curtis in the corner, and they said his heel hit on the line. It's going to be a turnover, a bit of a cheap one on the Lions. 11:30 remaining here in the first half between the Buffs and the Lions. 17-12 lead here for Bryan. Breadwood covered by Regale Moore, who is a great on-ball defender, and you can see on your screen he is going to stay with Breadwood probably the entirety of this game. He's going to play a huge role in trying to stifle the scoring of the conference's leading scorer. Regale Moore, after doing the work on the defensive end, ball bounces around out, kicks it to Curtis. Curtis looking for Landtroop down low, but he's going to find the cut of Gales. Gales somehow still has the basketball, but it's going to be blocked by Hensley. Ball back to Elijah Breadwood. Breadwood with a nice little Euro, and we're going to get a foul call. I don't know how that's not a jump ball. And Regale Moore pleads his case to the official, but it's going to fall on deaf ears. That's going to send Elijah Breadwood to the line to shoot 2 free throws. Breadwood at 21 points a game, 77% free throw shooter on the year. Hard to lead the league in scoring. We said that earlier. Samaj Clark for the Buffs on the female side of things was the second leading scorer. She was well into the mid-70s for her free throw percentage. It's hard to lead anywhere in scoring and not be a pretty competent free throw shooter. Breadwood's athleticism allows him to get to the line consistently. Knocks down the first, and he's going to knock down both of those. We're going to get a whistle to check in. That's going to be Tajon McDaniel McCormick checking in the game for Jake Benham. Haven't mentioned Benham's name a lot earlier. He is the third leading scorer for the Buffs at 10 points a game, so he's going to come out for Tajon, who is the second leading scorer for the Buffs. 17-14 lead currently for the Lions. Cal Drake trying to drive. He works in the wingspan of Drake to lay it up and in. I think McDaniel McCormick probably thought he defended that play pretty well, but the length of Drake after the spin move allowed him to get it up and off the glass. 19-14 early lead for the Lions. Inside to Breadwood. Breadwood elevated his defender but was unable to draw the foul, and it's back to the Bryan Lions Breadwood, who's going to step up and knock it down. Isaiah Breadwood with an answer of his own. He started the game well too. We need a little graphic on our screen for like a Breadwood counter. We could have our score bug, but also have that individual battle between the two brothers as McDaniel McCormick drives, looking for Hensley. Hensley's going to have to settle for the long 2, and they're going to blow a late whistle. It's going to go against number 5 in gray, Dalen Gales, and that's going to send Hensley to the line to shoot free throws. Hensley 83% on the year, only 10 of 12, so not a lot of volume for Hensley from the free throw line, but he has done a good job as he knocks down the first one. (21-15) here as Hensley takes the second of his 2 free throws. Knocks them both down. Perfect shots from him. They didn't touch the rim going in. 21-16, 9:44 remaining here in the first half. We'll be right back on Lines Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. Lions lead by 5, 21-16. 9:30 remaining here in the first half. Jerry Taylor Jr. going to work down on the block as he tiptoes down the line, finds Regil Moore, who finds Jerry Taylor Jr., and he kisses it off the glass and in. That was a really good job by Zivko Donjanovic on the defense on JTJ. But Jerry Taylor Jr. was good enough to kind of tiptoe down the line and still make it happen. Good combo play between him and Regil Moore. 23-16. Buffs trying to answer here on the offensive end. Leave you, Anton. Back out to McDaniel McCormick. Inside to Domjanovic, out to Anton. Knocks it down. 23-18. And Milligan is making me work on these names currently as Gales kicks across to Drake. Drake back to Gales. Gales with the left and lays it up and in. What a finish, Dalen Gales. And as much as we've talked about Elijah Breadwood, healthy Dalen Gales is still probably the most dangerous scorer on the floor for either team. Good drive by McDaniel McCormick. Kicks it out. Wide open, unable to knock it down as Hensley. Ball tipped back out by Breadwood. Good play by him. The crossover, looking for a three ball. Instead drives. Tries to find the open man in the corner, but Dalen Gales is up to it in the passing lane and forces the turnover. 25-18, Lions lead against the Buffs. Looking for the screen, Dalen Gales. Big-time three, Dalen Gales, 28-18, and that's going to force a timeout from Coach Bill Robinson for the Buffs. 7:54 remaining here in the first half. 28-18, Lions lead. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Lions Live. Tajon McDaniel McCormick right off the bench to grab that inbound pass. I think he was still getting some late instructions from Coach Robinson. Ball kicked inside to Anton. Anton back out to McDaniel McCormick. Ball's bouncing around, find its way to Domjanovic. Out to McDaniel McCormick. Thought about the three, then puts it up. Rims out. Ball poked. Oh, and that was Ty Gibbs gets a hold of it, but it was a rebound tipped out to Torres. Torres looking for Gibbs. Gibbs had his head down running, wasn't expecting the ball. And he did a good job as it whizzed across the front of his face to get to it, but he could not Cirque du Soleil on the line there and tiptoe stepped out for the turnover. Buffs back in possession through Elijah Breadwood. Over to three, that's Benham. Out to Anton. McDaniel McCormick drives through three or four lines and finishes at the rim. 28-27, 08 remaining here in the first half. We get our first Breadwood v. Breadwood matchup here in a minute as we got Jerry Taylor Jr. fouled on the attempted double team. I think that was Elijah Breadwood grabbing from behind. And Jerry Taylor Jr. back underway, out to Breadwood. Breadwood in the corner, bang! And he puts down the too cold celebration, ice in his veins. Great shot by Isaiah. 31-20, advantage Lions. 6:41 remaining in this half. McDaniel McCormick looks for Benham. Back to McDaniel McCormick. Looking for the entry pass to Anton. Poked out by my man, Hayden Moten. Looking to go coast to coast. Can he finish? I thought he got fouled, but it must have been clean. Breadwood, really good job to try to get the shot off. Ty Gibbs, even better defense. We're going to get a foul on Jerry Taylor Jr. as Zivko Damjanovic tried to lay it in, and Jerry Taylor Jr. was not having any of that. Hard foul. That's going to send Damjanovic to the line to shoot 2. Damjanovic only 8 of 14, 57% on the year, and he misses the first. If I learned anything in statistics classes, you usually get a regression to the mean. So he's missed the first one. If he stays true, I think he knocks this one down. He's going to miss them both. That one's almost an air ball. Ty Gibbs, good rebound. Back up to Breadwood. Breadwood across to Moten. Moten inside to Jerry Taylor. To Ty Gibbs, back to Jerry Taylor. To Moten. Good motion from the lines. 11 on the shot clock. Moten's going to look back. Cole Torres for 3. Just a bit long. Ty Gibbs unable to get to it. McDaniel McCormick is the first to get to it for the Buffs. As he kicks it to Anton. Anton tries to finish at the rim. Doesn't. Ball finds its way to Isaiah Breadwood. He's going to run the floor on 3 or 4 Buffs. Out to Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs from the right wing. Bang! Ty Gibbs. 3 ball, 34-20. And I'm glad the shot went in. It gives me a chance to catch my breath. 5:30 remaining here in the first half. 34-20 to the lines. 5:15 remaining. Lions have been their best half of basketball of 2026. That's a good finish. Little baby hook by Damjanovic in the lane. The best start to a half I've seen in 2026 in the home games for the Lions. Moten back to JTJ. Looking for Moten. It was just a little bit too much on it. Tipped off Moten's hands. So he's going to try to get back into the play. McDaniel McCormick drives, kicks to Anton. Anton's going to elevate for the vertical and dunk that one in with a good finish. 34-24, 4:47 remaining here in the first half. Buffs doing a good job to cut that lead back to 10. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. 4:47 remaining here before the halftime interval. 34-24, Lions lead. Breadwood to Gibbs. Gibbs getting swarmed by a trio of Buffs to Moten. Moten hangs in the air, finishes off the glass. Hayden Moten, good finish. 12-point lead restored for the Lions. Breadwood v. Breadwood again as Elijah brings it up the court. Looks and finds McDaniel McCormick, who kicks wide to Jake Benham. Benham down inside to Anton. Anton with a tough jumper, unable to get that one to fall. Landtroop the rebound and kick to Torres. Torres spins, looking for a wide open Landtroop. Landtroop could not, I think he was going to shoot it, but he could not get the handle on the basketball. As he sets the screen, good spin. Torres, tough finish, unable to finish around McDaniel McCormick. And the Buffs are going to go the opposite direction. Ball kicked to the corner, looking for Benham. Benham wide open for 3, unable to get it. Kobe with a rebound. Chance for second chance points here for the Lions. The Buffs. Breadwood v. Breadwood again. Great defense, but he kept moving. Did Elijah Breadwood, and he got a defender to elevate, went up and under. Unable to finish, but he's going to go to the line to shoot two. We mentioned that he is a solid free throw shooter, just south of 80% on the year. We've got Hayden Moten's going to have to check out as he's got some blood. Just looks like a scratch maybe above his left eye. So he's going to check out of the ball game. Dalen Gale's going to check into the ball game as Breadwood knocks down the first free throw. 11-point advantage, 36-26 to the Bryan Lions. Cole Torres checks out. Regale Moore checks in. Breadwood knocks down both. It's a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line for him. 10-point lead. Regale Moore, good pass to Landtroop. Landtroop, top of the key, unable to knock that one down. Ty Gibbs, great rebound. Back to Regale Moore. Moore look, cross-court pass. Dalen Gale's wide open, set three. Shooter's roll. Shooter's roll for Dalen Gales. Great find by Regale Moore. A cross-court pass. He had some zip on the ball, too. What vision from Moore. Gales, we were a bit unsure with a bit of roll on the ball, but it does find its home. Anton with a good post move to score on the other end, 39-28. Back and forth we go at Summers Gymnasium. 2:52 remaining in the first half. Breadwood to Gales. Gales back to Gibbs. Good ball movement by the Lions. Regale Moore, deep three from the logo. Almost banked it in, but it's a great board by Landtroop. As Gibbs, ball's rolling around. He finds Landtroop. Landtroop for three. Bang! Ty Gibbs, second chance points on the floor. Landtroop makes it hurt, 42-28. And the Lions are putting together a great 17 and a half minutes of basketball. McDaniel McCormick tries to answer as he gets his buff set up. Gets double screens, kicks back to Kobe. Kobe flails into Landtroop, but he draws the foul with the body. That's going to send Kobe to the line to shoot some free throws here. They need them. 14-point lead the Lions have amassed here in the first 18-ish minutes of the first half of this ball game. Kobe goes to the line, shooting his first free throw. He almost airballed that one. It did catch some rim. So he's got to get a little more strength on those free throws. He's not quite getting them to the rim. He's actually 16 of 29. Oh, it's 50%. So he's 0 for 2 so far here today. He got that one dialed in. Knocks it down. 2:10 remaining. 42-29 Lions lead. Breadwood to Gales. Gales back to Gibbs. Gibbs is playing hot potato with a basketball. Looks to drive. Can he lay that one in off the glass? He can. Ty Gibbs having a good start to the ball game. (44-29). McDaniel McCormick. Breadwood fights through the screen. Back inside. Jerry Taylor Jr. working with Anton. Anton's going to have to be a walk, and we get it. Jerry Taylor Jr. up to the assignment down low. Great job defending on Anton. And Livu'u Anton has had a pretty good job, done a pretty good job so far for the Buffs in the paint. Jerry Taylor Jr. decided he had had enough of the scoring in the paint for the Moldovan, for the Buffs. Jerry Taylor Jr. looking inside for Gibbs. Turnover. It's going to be Daniel McCormick on the lay-in. 44-31, 1:15 remaining. Lions need to finish this half strong. Breadwood's going to bring it up. Kicks to Dales. Pressure from Elijah Breadwood. Back to Jerry Taylor Jr., top of the key. Looks to the corner for Isaiah Breadwood. Breadwood drives. Can he get up and under? Yes, he can, but it doesn't drop. That's a cruel bounce off the rim. The toughest part of his job was done. He created the space, but unable to finish underneath on the reverse layup. And Elijah Breadwood takes over possession for the Buffs. Thought about a deep step back three. He's going to kick it inside. Jerry Taylor Jr., great tip to Dalen Gales. 3 between the shot clock and the game clock. Gales kicks it, looking for Gibbs, and the errant pass took Gibbs out of bounds. That's going to turn the shot clock off. 28 and a half remaining here in the first half of this ball game. 28 and a half seconds. We'll see if the Buffs slow it down or if they, I would assume they just take the first good look they get. There's no reason for them to really bleed clock here as they trail by 13. Tajon McCormick with the ball. Breadwood doing the defending. 16 on the clock. Tries to get a screen from his guard counterpart, Elijah Breadwood. McCormick still working. That's an offensive foul. Isaiah Breadwood is going to go into halftime, the better of the Breadwood brothers to start this game. 7.1 remaining, 44-31 to the Lions. Can they get a good shot here at the end of this half to really put a cherry on top of what is probably the best first half performance of the year? What happened? We're asking what happened here. I'm asking myself what happened. Is they're going to blow it dead, and they moved. I think they're going to move Breadwood back on the inbound. That's also going to allow the Buffs a chance to press here. It's Dalen Gales easily open. 5 remaining on the first half. Gales drives, looks, nobody gets, going to be a long 2 to end the half, and he's going to knock it down. And that's the best first half of the Lions year here. 46-31. All Lions in the first half. We'll be right back after the halftime interval. Thanks for joining us on Lions Live. Welcome back into Lions Live. 2 minutes left in the halftime intermission. I see the comment about the camera screen tilted. The one you're seeing now is a fixed camera, but when we get back to the action, we will have the camera switching based on what side of the court it's on, so it should give you a bit of a better view. The only issue with our main camera you're seeing now is it is really set up for volleyball, so you don't see either basket, but it is a fixed camera we cannot change. So 1:20 left in this intermission. Go through a rundown of the stats in the first half. Dalen Gales for the Lions with 12 points, leading all scorers. Jerry Taylor Jr. with 9. Tajon McDaniel McCormick with 9. Isaiah Breadwood leading the Breadwood brothers with 7, and Elijah Breadwood with 6. Lions shooting 58% from the field to the 39% of the Buffs. Also the Lions, one thing that's set them apart this half was 5 for 9 from behind the arc. They only shoot about 29% on the year, so a huge uptick in production from three-point land for the Lions today, only 2 of 11 for the Milligan Buffs. And free throws, the Lions only went to the free throw line one time in the half, 1 of 1, but the Buffs were 7 of 10, 70%. So pretty big discrepancy there from the charity stripe. And the Lions, I guess when you shoot 60%, you don't have to get to the free throw line if you're shooting 60% from the field. So what a half of basketball it was. And we're going to get back underway. It'll be Lions basketball to start the second half. 46-31, Lions lead. We've got 20 minutes of basketball left for you in Summers Gymnasium. Ty Gibbs, Cole Torres, Jerry Taylor Jr., Hayden Moten, and Isaiah Breadwood on the floor for the Lions. Breadwood and Torres setting the screen for each other in the corner. For the Buffs, we're going to get Elijah Breadwood, Hensley, Benham, Anton, and McDaniel McCormick is very close to a travel. Cole Torres was bailed out by Jerry Taylor Jr. Up and under. Can Jr. finish? He can't, but he's going to go to the line to shoot a free throw. I think, if I remember correctly, he was the only line to shoot a free throw in the first half. That sole free throw attempt was after a early and one bucket. And he's going to go to shoot 2 here. JTJ with a spin and a breath. He's going to knock down the first one. If the Lions could start well in this half, they may very well run away from the Buffs. Taylor Jr. knocks down the next one. And one thing he has done better the second half of this year is he shot from the free throw line significantly better, up to probably 77, 78% is the big man. That shot's going to be missed by Hensley. Rebound Gibbs. The Lions are going to get us back underway on possession. Gibbs. Benham does the defending. JTJ with the ball. Breadwood's going to pickpocket and going to go down coast to coast for the jam. Just Jerry Taylor Jr. didn't get a shout from the bench or from anybody on the court. That's the easiest bucket of Breadwood's afternoon. Isaiah tries his hand at it. Jerry Taylor Jr. with a one-handed rebound. He's being pulled down. And that's going to be 2 shots again for Jerry Taylor Jr. We see Hayden Moten returning to the action. Does have a Band-Aid over that left eye, so when he had to check out earlier, must have been a scratch that the athletic training staff has handled. Jerry Taylor Jr. knocks down another one. Four of 4 from the line is Jerry Taylor Jr. this afternoon. Continually pulling up that free throw percentage that we talked about. It's consistently improved since the start of the year. Going to miss that one. Ty Gibbs almost with a board, but he's going to force the ball last off of Leviu Anton. And a good start here. Ty Gibbs, that's the kind of things you don't see in the scorebook all the time. Just a hustle play. He's looking for an inbound. He's going to find Breadwood. Breadwood drives on his brother, decides to come back out, looks for Hayden Moten. Moten thought about it, but the hesitation, going to take it to the rack. Good finish. Hayden Moten, and he's got something to say as he finishes at the rim. Hayden Moten continues probably his most efficient game of at least of 2026. Great on both ends of the floor. Ball kicked out to McDaniel McCormick. Looks to drive, kicks to Hensley. Hensley, it's going to fall short. Anton, good rebound, puts it up. Unable to get that one to fall. Rebound Gibbs back to Breadwood. Lions looking to continue the hot first half here in the second. Breadwood on his brother. Do you have a move? You think that matchup's been going probably for 18 years in that household. Going to be hard to beat somebody that knows all your moves. And speaking of moves, Jerry Taylor Jr. with the shimmy shake underneath on number 1 Anton, or 11 Anton. They don't have that kind of post movement in Moldova, apparently, as we see a missed shot, hard fall underneath Breadwood. Gibbs is going to slow up possession to let his teammate get back to his feet. Breadwood seems no worse for wear. Tried to drive on Hensley, but it's going to go back into Jerry Taylor Jr. again. Jerry Taylor Jr. working hard and up and in, and he flexes again. What a finish. I don't know that he had any shot to get the ball to the basket, and he just played bully ball down low. What a finish, JTJ. Ball's kicked around McDaniel McCormick. Long three, in and out. 55-33. All lines here to start in the second period. 9-2 scoring advantage. Breadwood looks to JTJ again. Back to Breadwood. They're going to have to double Jerry Taylor Jr. if they don't want him to go crazy down there. Breadwood's looking for the cross-court pass, unable to find Ty Gibbs. Good job by the Buffs defense not to bite on that. Help defense was good. Good pass, Breadwood, for the jam again by Levu Anton. 55-35, 20-point advantage for the Lions. Breadwood to Torres. Torres out to Moten. Moten to JTJ. A lot of good motion here for the Lions. Cole Torres trying to drive, and he's going to be fouled underneath the basket. I believe they're going to call a trip on the Milligan defender. Milligan's going to sub. We're going to get 4 new buffs on the court. Breadwood's going to stay out. Zach Turner's going to join him. Bo Kobe. Number 10, Luka Horvacic, also his first action of the game. That ball goes inside to Moten. He wanted the foul call, doesn't get it. We're going to see Turner drive, and Dalen Gales is going to foul him. 2 buffs over to pick up their teammate. That's going to send Zach Turner to the line to shoot a couple free throws here. Turner is 6 of 7 on the year. All the kids at home go crazy with your 6-7 jokes, 85%. And there's that commentator's curse again as he misses the first. Now 6 of 8 on the year. Still very respectable, even though the volume's low for Zach Turner from the free throw line. A lot of noise in the gym. He's going to knock down that second. Gale's going to bring the ball up. Rigel Moore's checked in, as well as Cal Drake for the Lions. Drake to Moore. Moore with a good move there. He's going to try to drive. Kicks to Jerry Taylor Jr. He's going to, ooh. And Jerry Taylor Jr. would have erupted if that ball finds the bottom of the net. But great work off ball for him to continually be an option. He is playing very well today, maybe the best for either team. So he is having a very good day on both ends of the floor, especially offensively. He knocks down the first free throw. (56-36). Lions lead 17 points for Jerry Taylor Jr. Dalen Gales is at 12. The only two scorers in double digits make that 18 for Jerry Taylor Jr. 57-36. Lions leads just inside of 16 minutes left to play here in Summers Gymnasium. Ball's knocked, bounces around. Turner finds it. It's going to take the long jumper. Unable to knock that one down. Rebound to Drake, who kicks the ball to Dalen Gales. Dalen Gales looks for help, gets it through Rigel Moore. Jerry Taylor Jr. up and under, tried the left, and he's going to get a cheap foul after that ball didn't go in. I think it was just frustration, as we're going to see Jerry Taylor Jr. come out of the ball game for a quick breather. Landtroop's going to check in. And everybody on the bench on their feet to dap up their teammate Jerry Taylor Jr. 15:30 remaining here in this second half. Lions have played great. Rigel Moore continues to provide lockdown defense on Elijah Breadwood. Looking inside for Horvacic. They find a good backdoor cut from Zach Turner. Easy lay-in for the Buffs. Rigel Moore to Gales. Cal Drake turns it over, looking back for Gales. Turner's going to try to put that up on three lines in the paint. Unable to get it, but it's going to find an offensive rebound, Bo Kobe, who's going to be fouled on the putback. That's going to send us to our first media timeout of the half. 57-38. Here, the lead is almost 20 for the Lions, just shy of 15 minutes remaining. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back in as Bo Kobe knocks down the first of his two free throws. He's missed short on all of them that he has missed, and the offensive rebound as Cal Drake got drilled on, I think, an inadvertent forearm to the face. Derek Curtis checked into the game. Rigel Moore, Landtroop. Landtroop plays down low. He's checked in for Jerry Taylor Jr., but what you'll see is he can shoot the three ball. Lions got to weather the storm here a bit. They're playing that ball. We're going to call a kick ball. That was just thrown off his leg. I don't know that that was a kick ball. It looked like it hit him above the thigh. That's just an official waiting to blow that whistle. 57-39. Buffs inside to Bo Kobe. He's fouled. And I'll tell you this about Bo Kobe. He finds his way to the line consistently. Props to him on getting to the free throw line. Hasn't been great since he's got there, but he does a good job of drawing contact. Like I mentioned on the last free throw he missed, he has missed short on all of his free throws that he has missed, and he misses short again on that one. And I don't know if it's a little bit of fatigue in the legs or what. We'll see if he gets it. He's usually dialed them in a bit better. There it is. 17-point lead, 57-40. Lions lead with 14:25 remaining in the second half. Regale Moore to Dalen Gales. Dalen Gales into Landtroop. Landtroop looks back. Great pass to Gales. Gales finishes on the run. Bo Kobe up top to number 12, Stefan Janevsky. Janevsky just getting his second action of the game. That's good work underneath, and unable to finish was Horvacic. Horvacic, the freshman from Croatia, getting some action for the Buffs. Landtroop over to Curtis. Looking back for Landtroop. Landtroop thought about the three ball, going to decide for the 15-foot pull-up jumper. Derek Curtis approves as he gives his teammate a high five after the assist. Landtroop is a good shooter. Mentioned that earlier. I'm in and out of the gym a lot, but as Kobe's going to find his way back to the free throw line, and I'm telling you, that man gets fouled once every 2 possessions. Kobe's fouled again as he goes to the free throw line. He's going to make the first of 2. That's his 7th free throw attempt of the ball game. 61-41, 20-point advantage here as Kobe takes his second free throw. 13:29 remaining in the second half of this Appalachian Athletic contest. Kobe misses the second. Ball's tipped around and somehow missed. Milligan has done a good job of getting the offensive rebounds on the back end of the last 2 missed free throws, but for whatever reason, they are missing the putback. I feel like there's a lid on the rim on those putback opportunities. Dalen Gales looked for Derek Curtis, threw it in there. It was knocked out of bounds by a Milligan defender, I believe number 2, Zach Turner. And we're going to get a timeout from Coach Jason Latch. 13:11 remaining here in the second half. 61-41, the Lions lead. We'll be right back here on Lions Live. Welcome back in. Is Dalen Gales going to grab that inbound pass and be fouled as he tried to lay it up? He's going to go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. We get an update as Breadwood had checked out of the game, just walked back onto the court from the training room. Looked like he had a bag of ice on his hand. That may be the end of the day for Elijah Breadwood. We'll see if he checks back in. We hope for the best with that injury. You never want to see anyone get hurt, especially a player like Breadwood, who's been one of the best in the Appalachian Athletic this year. Cal Drake's going to get whistled for the foul. It's a push in the back of Kobe as he attempted to grab the rebound. Kobe going to inbound to Zach Turner. We get a late sub. Cal Drake's going to come off. Cole Torres is going to check on. As Coach Latch has some constructive criticism, I think, there on the foul. Either was potentially telling Cal Drake he didn't think that was a foul, which I didn't either, as that's a nice three ball from Sergei Svetkovic in the corner. Sergei, a junior guard from Serbia, is. How was there no foul called on Gibbs, against Gibbs, and then how did he not somehow finish after that? I don't know. Ball's thrown in, bouncing around. Good block, Jerry Taylor Jr. That's going to get the crowd back into it. Ball kicked out again to Svetkovic. Unable to knock that one down. JTJ with the rebound. Derek Curtis over to Hayden Moten. Taylor Jr. wants the ball, going to look to do the work on Damjanovic. He's still bouncing around, can't get it to finish. Pinballs around, ball back in possession by the Buffs. Zach Turner. Zach Turner kicks to number 12. Bad miss by Yanevsky. But an offensive rebound to Damjanovic, and he's going to retain possession underneath for the Buffs. Was a really good start to this half by the Lions. The Buffs have come back. Lions still have a 15-13 advantage here in the second half, but it's been a lot more choppy play as Damjanovic knocked to the floor. Ty Gibbs going to try to take it on this end, unable to finish. Ball's tipped around again. Rebound to Svetkovic. It's just been a little bit choppier play. Both teams struggling on the offensive end in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the ball game. Ball kicked out again. Three ball, Svetkovic. He's knocked 2 trays down since he's come on for Coach Robinson. 61-47. We're going to need the Lions to get back going offensively here as Milligan's cut this deficit to as close as it's been in the second half as Jerry Taylor Jr. gets just fouled hard. No call, but it doesn't matter. Left hand finish by the big man as he keeps his hot hand going. That was a good bucket. Lions needed it to kind of stop that mini run of the Buffs. Back inside again. Good inlet pass to Svetkovic. He's up to 8 points in about the last minute and a half. Derek Curtis looks to drive, looks and finds Torres. Torres to Gibbs. Gibbs in front of the bench in the logo. Rims out. Rebound Damjanovic. 10:35 remaining. Zach Turner goes the other way. Looked like we might have had a carry. Svetkovic again knocks it down, and my man is on fire. And Coach Jason Latch has seen enough. He's going to get a timeout as number 13, Sergei Svetkovic from Serbia, has come in off the bench and absolutely went bonkers for the Buffs. 63-52, and all of a sudden we got a ball game. 11-point lead for the Lions, 10:26 remaining. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Checking back in with you on Lions Live. See the comments. Chris Alford is not on the court. On the court for the Lions, Cole Torres, Dalen Gales, Rigel Moore, Jerry Taylor Jr., and checking in for the first time today, Nick Chambliss. That's the 5 for your Lions, getting us back underway. 11-point lead. Kicked out to Regil Moore. He thought about the 3, 17 on the shot clock, decides it's better to reset. Torres looking for JTJ. JTJ back to Chambliss. Chambliss drives. Step back, kicks to Regil Moore. 6 on the shot clock. Good drive. Out to Cole Torres. Cole Torres, deep 3. Rims out. There's going to be a push off the ball on the floor, and that is the correct call. Dalen Gales was pole position for that rebound. And that is a huge play for Dalen Gales, just fighting for position. He shoved and fouled. And we're going to get another timeout. We played one possession, and we got another timeout. So 9:55 remaining here in this half. The Buffs have cut into this lead. It was been 20 for the majority of the second half. And off the bench for Coach Bill Robinson is number 13, Sergei Svetkovich. And Svetkovich is now the leading scorer for the Buffs as he's come in and absolutely let it fly from behind the arc and really single-handedly got the Buffs back in the ballgame. He's got 11 points, and it's cut the lead to 11. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast. 9:55 left in the second half. Regil Moore finds Dalen Gales. He thought about the baseline 3, drives, kicks back to Cole Torres. Can he knock that one down? No, he can't. Ball goes long, bouncing around. Jerry Taylor Jr. looking. That's got to be Lions basketball. He needs some help, and we give it to the Buffs. Not sure whether that was right or wrong. I have no idea who touched the ball last. There were a lot of diving bodies after that. Cole Torres just misses a couple threes in back-to-back possessions, and the Buffs are going to have a chance to get this inside of double digits for the first time in a long time. Yanevsky on the ball, kick down to Damjanovic. Damjanovic trying to work on Jerry Taylor Jr., kicks into Kobe, and Kobe's going to be fouled again, and Dalen Gales kind of throws his hands up going, I don't know how they whistled it on me, but they have, and Bo Kobe finds himself back at his home, which has been the free throw line. 4 for 8 from the line today is Bo Kobe, but he keeps getting there, and he's giving himself a chance to get that percentage up a little higher. Number 55 for the Buffs is going to miss that one. Rebound, Regil Moore. Moore to Breadwood. To Torres, back to Moore, to Jerry Taylor Jr. Lions looking to run some motion. JTJ underneath working on Damjanovic. It's got a clear out as Nick Chambliss is going to run through the lane. Jerry Taylor Jr. up and under, and my man needs the ball. Feed big man the rock because he is working on the post. Jerry Taylor Jr. eating this afternoon in Summers Gymnasium. Up to 22 points. And that's going to be it's going to be a block. I thought we were going to get a charge. Jerry Taylor trying to get it done on both ends as him and Zivko Damjanovic are absolutely going at it. Down low as that is whistled on JTJ. That's his third foul of the contest. Dalen Gales actually on 4 fouls, so he's got to be real careful. Coach Latch knows that as he's checked out Dalen. They're going to miss another free throw, and the Buffs cannot get going from the charity stripe this afternoon. 11 of 19. They had a pretty good first half. They were 7 of 10. Nick Chambliss with a turnover, and Dalen Gales, what a job. And we're going to get a charge on Cole Torres. Great job, Zach Turner. It was kind of back-to-back giveaways. Chambliss threw it to a Buff defender, and Regale Moore pickpocketed that Buff as soon as they got the basketball back with a chance, and Cole Torres is going to be whistled for the offensive foul. Cal Drake's going to check in for Nick Chambliss. The 5 on the court for the Lions: Drake, Jerry Taylor Jr., Cole Torres, Regale Moore, and Isaiah Breadwood. Svetkovic kicks across to Turner. Turner back to Svetkovic. He's going to drive. Tough 15-footer, banks it in, and I'm telling you this, if it's up to Svetkovic, they're going to get back into the ballgame. He cannot miss. Mid-range at the rack from 3. Everything's falling for the Serbian here in Summers Gymnasium. Jerry Taylor Jr. doing his work. Can he knock that one? He gets fouled. And that's going to send Jerry Taylor Jr. back to the line to shoot a couple free throws. And I believe that Jerry Taylor Jr. is the only, well, he's attempted 7 free throws, so this will get him even with Bo Kobe for the Buffs. Both are going to have 9 free throws so far. Both the big men doing a good job of getting to the charity stripe. 6 of 7 is Taylor. Can he keep that up? He knocks down the first one. He's putting on a clinic from the free throw line. 66-54, 8:02 remaining. Buffs doing a good job of keeping this a contest, not going down easy. Knocks down Bo, Jerry Taylor Jr. He's 8 of 9 from the free throw line, just inside of 8 minutes, 67-54. Yanevsky drove and threw it off the back wall of the gymnasium there, tried to draw a foul, was unable to. We're going to get a timeout from Coach Bill Robinson. We'll take a short break and be right back with the last 7:49 of this ballgame on Lions Live. Welcome back into the broadcast. Going to see some full court pressure from the Buffs. Nobody saw Jerry Taylor Jr. Hard to miss him. He's the biggest player on the court right now for the Lions especially. He's just going to bring it up, play a little point forward as JTJ looking for somebody here. He finds Regale Moore. We're going to get a foul and no continuation for Ray as he drives to the basket. That was going to be whistled on Sergei Setkovic. And he's going to come back and have a word with his coach, Coach Bill Robinson. First foul of the ball game on Svetkovic. That's going to send Moore to the line. Going to shoot the face. He's going to miss the first one. Rebound, Bo Kobe. Deep ball. And that's got to be a charge. We don't get anything, but it's Svetkovic airballs it, which proves he is human. It's his first shot I feel like he's missed since he's coming to the ball game. Breadwood's going to get us back underway with possession for the Lions. Turnover by Ray Moore looking for the pass inside to Torres, and that's going to be an easy finish for Yanevsky. The freshman guard from North Macedonia. Regale Moore driving, and he's going to draw the foul. Looks like Coach Bill Robinson has his European group on the floor. 3 of the 5 Buffs from Europe in this setup. As Regale Moore is going to step to the line to shoot free throws on the year, Raquel Moore shooting 7 for 11, so 64%. Hadn't been there for a ton of volume. He misses that one. Lions are going to have to knock some free throws down if they want to get some space back in this game. 11-point lead, 67 to 56. Svetkovic to Turner. Turner, hard screen there by number 10, Horvacic. Horvacic back to Setkovic. He knocks down another jumper. If Coach Robinson would have found out that he could knock these shots down, he'd have probably had him out there in the first half, as he has been the main offensive threat for the Buffs, as he's up to 15 points. Jerry Taylor Jr. unable to convert. Zach Turner gets the Buffs going back the other way. Yanevsky drives and one, and all of a sudden this is a tight ball game again, as Yanevsky finishes at the rack. 67-60. He's going to go to the line to shoot a free throw here to make this a potential two-possession game. And my goodness, Summers Gymnasium is quiet right now. It's felt like an absolute rout about 10 minutes ago. And now the Lions are trying to hold on. Misses that free throw. Jerry Taylor Jr. with the rebound. 67-60. Lions still lead up to Moten. Moten thought about a deep three. Decides to slow it down. Lions need a good possession here. That's going to be a kick ball. Moten looking for JTJ on the inside. 6:02 remaining. 67-60. Trying to figure out who's going to inbound the ball. It's going to be Moten. Moten looks for anybody. He's going to have to find Dalen Gales on a lob over the top of the Milligan Buff defense. 15 on the shot clock. Gales looking inside. I don't know why we look to force that ball in there, and great job by Dalen Gales to steal that one right back. Looks like the Lions could just breathe a bit. We're trying to force a lot of passes down on the inside. And Dalen Gale's going to take it himself, and what a finish by Dalen Gale, 69-60. Lions needed that bucket in a bad way. And any points here on the offensive end just make it a little bit tougher for Milligan as the clock gets inside of 5.5 minutes. 9-point lead for the Lions. Good defensive start to this possession. Yanevsky drives, rejected Cal Drake. To Drake. Drake up and finishes at the rim. What a finish. Cal Drake doing it on both ends. Svetkovic tried and going to airball that three, and that is a huge momentum shift as Cal Drake with the rejection coast to coast. The two-handed finish to get this lead back to 71-60. The Lions lead just inside of 5 minutes. 4:58 left on the clock. We'll be right back after this timeout on Lions Live. Welcome back to the final 4:58 of this contest. Bryan Lions lead the Milligan Buffaloes 71-60. I need to get, if anybody at home knows, is it still the Milligan Buffaloes, or are we going just exclusively by Buffs as Dalen Gales takes a long three, misses, and pops out to rebound by Cal Drake, tried to feed it into Jerry Taylor Jr. That ball was poked free by a Buffalo defender, or a Buff defender, if I can ever figure out which one it is. Ball kicked to Kobe. Kobe drives. Will he get back to the free throw line? No, he won't, but he'll have a great finish at the rack. Cuts the lead back to 9. Breadwood brings it up for the Lions. Breadwood, Jerry Taylor Jr., Gales, Moten, and Drake on the court. Inside to Jerry Taylor Jr. We're going to call a foul. That's going to be on number 10, Luka Horvacic, the 6'9" freshman from Croatia. That's going to send Jerry Taylor Jr. back to the line. He's going to get to shoot his 10th and 11th free throws of the game. He has been the player of the game so far for the Lions, 24 points. And that one's going to rim in and out. He was 8 of 9. That's 8 of 10 on the day so far for Jerry Taylor Jr. Going to see if he can step up and knock down the second. And he's going to miss that one short. Still a 9-point lead for the Lions. They need a good defensive possession here. Anything that gets inside of 2 possessions feels like it's a lot of momentum for the Buffs, and they've been out of this game for long stretches. Svetkovic over, works it down and in. Cole Torres, great hands to dispossess Damjanovic and not foul him. He's going to wave Breadwood and try for the ISO. Jerry Taylor Jr. with a screen. Cole Torres, long three just off the back of the rim. But Bo Kobe missed the pass. Zach Turner was trying to run the floor a bit. Bo Kobe threw that one a little more flat and let the Lions off the hook. 3:41 remaining. And Moten's going to trot on over to throw this ball in. Another good possession here for the Lions on offense. Makes it a lot tougher for these Buffs to come back. Jerry Taylor Jr. goes and gets it. So we got Breadwood to retrieve it from number 33, big Jerry Taylor Jr. Breadwood with a cross. Going to take a tough jumper just a bit too far. Ball's bouncing around out to Breadwood, and he gets the handle on it. Another offensive rebound. Good job slowing it back up. I think that's the correct play there from Breadwood. Kicks to Moten. Moten looking for Jerry Taylor Jr. Robinson doing the defending, and that was the correct call there, is when he tried to make the post move, Jerry Taylor Jr. stepped out. This official on the baseline all over it, and that's a good spot from him. And we're going to get a timeout. Coach Bill Robinson decides to take one here. It looks like a full timeout. We'll be right back with the last 3:14 in this contest. 71-62. Lions lead the Buffs. Welcome back to the broadcast. Buffs basketball underneath the basket. Yanevsky is Going to bring the ball up for the Buffs over to Turner. Some motion through the paint. Over to Benham. Benham to Yanevsky. Yanevsky working, and that's going to be a block whistled on Breadwood. I thought he did a good job to try to beat him to the spot there, but he must have been moving his feet. That's going to be 2 shots for Stefan Yanevsky. Yanevsky's 0 for 1 from the free throw line today. And he misses that one too. 6 of 9 on the year, so up to 6 of 11 is Yanevsky. Dalen Gales tripped up trying to get the rebound. He's going to find Breadwood. Breadwood looking back for Gales. He does get there. Gales brings it up with no pressure from the Buffs. Yanevsky trying to defend. He does, pokes it free. Ball's on the floor. It's going to look like a jump ball as Breadwood and Turner pounce on it. That's going to swing possession to the Buffaloes. 71-63, 8-point game. And it doesn't feel incredibly close, but it feels like the momentum is just there for the Buffs to grab it with a big three-point bucket. You got to think that Shetkovich would be the guy to shoot that. And there he is. He's on the baseline for 3. He misses it. Cal Drake with a long rebound. And that would have made this very interesting if it goes in. Ball thrown up for Moten. Moten wanted a little more zip on that pass. Good defense, Bo Kobe, to tip it out. Lions will keep possession. 2:26 remaining. 8-point lead for the Lions. Moten finds Gales. Gales in the corner. Can he knock that one down? Looks good. It is good. 3-ball. Dalen Gales. 74-63. 11-point lead again. Back into double digits for the Lions. Hayden Moten pokes it off. And Hayden Moten said it earlier. He can be a bit of a heartbeat for the team, finding ways to win without the basketball. Hayden Moten pokes it off of a Milligan player and gets possession back for the Lions, and that felt like a big-time momentum play. Gales driving. Look for Moten. Moten decides to kick it back out. Heady play by Moten there. The clock is your friend. Back to Breadwood. Breadwood tries to drive. Ball is picked off by Yanevsky. Yanevsky takes it coast to coast and lays it in. Great job by both lines. Gales and Moten not fouling there. That's going to get a timeout by Coach Jason Latch. 1:48 remaining, 74-65. We'll be right back on Lions Live. Dalen Gales inbounds to Breadwood. Breadwood gets pressured, finds an open line. That's Moten. Moten, good cross-court pass to Cal Drake. We're going to slow it up. No, he's going to get fouled by number 3, Jake Benham. Kind of bailed us out a bit. Did Benham with that foul. It looked like Cal Drake was under a lot of pressure. That's going to send him to the line. Cal Drake on the year. 71% free throw shooter. He knocks down the first one. Cal Drake, good shot. Cal Drake misses that one, and it was a rebound, and they're going to call a foul, on Moten. I thought it was going to be on Gales. That would have fouled out Gales. They're going to say Hayden Moten pulled down Bo Kobe, and at this point we're playing reinvent the way to get Bo Kobe to the free throw line, and he is back there again. He's going to make the first one. That's his 10th free throw of the ball game. He misses the second. Jerry Taylor Jr. with the rebound, and he's fouled. So we're going to trot back down to take some more free throws. Both of the leading free throw shooters in terms of attempts in this game are going to walk back down the court. Bo Kobe got his 2. Jerry Taylor Jr. is going to take his 2. The line's only 9 of 17 on the day from the free throw line. The Buffs a bit worse, only 13 of 25. Both teams in 50% territory. Jerry Taylor Jr. has made 8 of the 9 free throws for the Lions as he knocks down the first one. 76-66, a minute 36 remaining in this game. Lions in a great position to get a win here. Jerry Taylor Jr. misses that last one. 10-point lead. Turner with the ball, looks to drive. Looks for Benham. Benham has the ball. Great defending. Gales, good job not to foul, but a good finish by Benham. Here comes the press from the Buffs. Looking for Jerry Taylor Jr. Great pass right there. That was a really good job, and that's going to be a foul. Bo Kobe on Dalen Gales. That's going to send Gales to the free throw line. And now you think it could be smooth sailing if the Lions can just finish this game well from the charity stripe. 8-point lead, 76-68. Dalen Gales to the line. Knocks down the first, 9-point lead. If Gales can convert this, it'd be his 20th point of the night. He joined Jerry Taylor Jr. Excuse me, that was his 20th. That's his 21st. 25 points, Jerry Taylor Jr. on 8 of 14 shooting. 21 points, Dalen Gales on 8 of 12 shooting. Good job by those two. The tandem for the Lions have paced play today on the offensive end. Good defense, Breadwood. Deep 3, Benham. Can he knock it down? No, he can't. Yanevsky with the offensive board. Jerry Taylor Jr., good defense. Somehow doesn't get fouled as Zach Turner was trying to foul him. He kind of threw his hands up like, what do I need to do to get a foul? And that's going to be Jerry Taylor Jr. back to the free throw line. 51 seconds remaining, 10-point lead. Brian Lyons, 78-68 over the Buffs of Milligan. Jerry Taylor Jr. trying to make his 10th free throw of the contest. He does. Can't knock that down, and look at Hayden Moten grabbing an offensive board, and he's going to go to the free throw line. 49 seconds remaining, 79-68 Lions lead. You'd have to think after these free throws, you'd see a little bit less fouls from Milligan. Unless they're able to convert offensively, you think they'll probably let this one run out. Moten knocks down the first of his 2 free throws. Moten's bleeding again. I guess they're saying it's on his uniform. So they're going to either give him a chance to get it cleaned up. Sometimes they will let you check in a free throw shooter here. Looks like they're going to wait on Moten. And it wasn't. I don't even think that it is a new scratch or anything from Moten. It may have just been some blood left on his jersey from earlier that they're somehow just catching. We're gonna trying to figure out what's going on. They're gonna check out Hayden Moten. So Jerry Taylor Jr. is gonna go get to shoot this free throw. No, he's not. I believe you have to have somebody sub in for that. So it's going to be Ty Gibbs who checks into the game for Moten. He's going to shoot the free throw. As Moten's kind of walking around going, somebody get this blood off my uniform so I can get back in the ball game. Gibbs knocks it down. So the tandem of Moten and Gibbs knocks down the two free throws. 81-68. Feel like we were just wasting time there. Buffs get back underway through Turner. Turner, deep three from the logo. He's going to miss. Great rebound, Breadwood. Breadwood shakes, beats two Buff defenders, and they're going to spread out, and you're going to see them milk the clock. 19 on the shot clock. They're going to milk every bit of this. Only 28 on the game clock. Lions are going to see this one out for a double-digit point win. Regale Moore with 9 on the shot clock, 81-68. We're going to see Moore get going here. He's going to put up a shot as he ISOs, kicks out. Drake in the corner, cherry on top. And Cal Drake knocks it down, 84-68. Yanevsky is going to be fouled underneath, and a little bit of a needless foul there from Drake. No reason, just let him lay it in. But that's going to send Yanevsky to the free throw line with 5 seconds remaining, but it is done and dusted here for the Lions. What a job by Coach Jason Latch and his coaching staff. This was really felt like a bit of a must-win. They were 7th in the league coming in. The Buffs were 12th. They needed to win this one, and they put in their best performance of 2026. Look, they're going to win this game by 14 points. It's 84-70, and that's going to be the last 5 seconds as Regale Moore is going to see the clock down to 0-0. And the Lions are going to win this one. Thanks so much for joining us here on Lions Live on this Saturday afternoon. Lions beat the Buffs 84-70. For Jeremy Deal, Clint McCauley, Jessica Day, my Josh Muncie, my partner earlier in the girls' game. It's been Jordan Day. Thanks for joining us here on Lions Live. We'll be back. Check BrianLines.com for your next action from either team. Thank you for joining, and we will see you next time.